a dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say, there's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea, I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the 7 seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow, the line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow, the line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the Flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our breath. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow, the line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow, the line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean wind blow.
Light that brings out. In the dark you hear a growl. Monsters in the night, unnatural appetite. A demon sent me here to take you to the afterlife. I feel something change inside of me. The inner human slowly dead in me. I feel it come alive. The darkness brings me light. There ain't no stopping it, and you will never hide from me. Pain of the change. What have I become? A creature of the night, ruled by moonlight. The pain of the change. This body's no longer mine. Feel wild and free, but caged at the same time. It's time to be human, think human, feel human. A hunger's arising inside of me. The
Folks, welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner, and this is PRT. Welcome to the real reality. And people are like, yeah, you say that, but there's a samurai Bigfoot on your shirt and you have a Spider-Man hat. I don't think you're telling people the real reality, sir. I think you need to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Okay? That's what you need to do. That's the problem right there. As I will continue to critique yourself from behind my computer screen in my grandmother's basement. I think my microphone is reverberating. My microphone. I don't know if you know how to do it, Tony. Tony is trying to handle the controls right now because Anthony's indisposed, but I don't know. Did you do it? Can y'all hear me? Good. All right. First things first. Can I get something to drink? Please. My foot is hurting. Let's hope that it's nothing bad. It's weird because they give you this medication for the gout, but the side effect is that it'll cause gout. Does that make sense? But it only, here's the thing, it supposedly only does it and it draws it out. Thing just dropped. Well, there it goes. Hold on one second, folks. We got a connection issue here. Anyways, she told us about this stuff. She told my wife about this stuff called Stonebreaker. And I've been using it and it has been working. And so then we started taking this other medication. And yeah, that one seems to be working pretty good. But it at first it kind of makes your you have flare-ups. So does the Stonebreaker. And she recommended it when I had the kidney stone and said, hey, take this. And so I did, and it seems to have been helping. But I don't think I ever passed that stone. I think it shrunk down, though. I think it kind of like melted it a little bit, shrunk it down. It's mine are all, because there's two kinds. There's calcium, gout, and stones, same thing. They're just different. One of them's in your kidneys, one of them's in your joints. And so you have the uric acid and you have calcium. So mine are almost all uric acid. I don't think I've ever had one that was a calcium. I'm almost positive because my uric acid levels did not start until I had the cron version of that particular strain of parasite, virus, whatever you want to call it. And I did a lot of research on it, and I found a lot of men my age. So it's like men between the ages of like 35 and 55 were hit the hardest by this. And it happened after the cron. And there were several of my friends who started getting it. They were like, there's a reverberation again. So I asked them, I said, when did you start it? And you can almost pinpoint it back. I think the cron came in what, 2021 or was it 2022?
I think it was 2021, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was like the fall of 21 and then up until like early 2022. Like, and so that's when people were getting that particular strain. Because the first one I got was the Delta, I believe. And then that one, and then I've had it like 4 times. So yeah. Yeah, so I've had it like 4 times. It's gotten less and less. It's like not, the last time we thought it was the flu, and I didn't have the flu, and so it went on for 3 weeks. But I was able to do stuff and whatever. It knocked me on my butt for about 2 or 3 days, and then it was like, oh, this is the flu. But the flu goes away like a week and a half.
Yeah.
And this is like 3 weeks, and I'm still sick, but I'm not terrible. You know,
like
it's just disruptive, man. It's very disruptive, and it disrupts your workouts. It disrupts everything that you're trying to do. And so you have to really take it easy and try to convalesce. And now Anthony's sick with something, I don't know what. And so is my brother. And I think Nellie and Tony are getting sick. So I guess the only ones that aren't are me and Scorpion. Of all the people that were around regularly. And Madeline, you are recovering from a wreck. Can you believe that? All this bad stuff happening to us. And our ops will say, see, I told you it's righteous judgment. God is angry with them and he is striking them down. So if I ever die or if something happens to me, they're going to besmirch my name and pee on my grave. We know that. But while they're doing it, they're going to tell everyone that it was divine judgment, but it happened because, you know, they're not going to mention the black magic that they've practiced and all the other nefarious things. And then even if you say, well, I didn't do it, you're hanging out with people who do. So what's the difference?
Tied your horse a little bit.
Yeah, your horse is tied to them. So let them spin. They're very upset. They've been using all their fake accounts that they could bring to bear. And the main culprits, it's funny because they're sitting there going like, we're not doing anything. We're rising above it. We're just using fake accounts. That can easily be tracked back to you. It's easily, if you ever decide to take this to another level, it'll come out very quickly because they can easily go back and see that you did these things. And just because you've gotten away with using fake accounts for a long time, I would recommend not doing that. I would recommend not doing fake account stuff because it can easily be brought out. A good private investigator, if you have the money for it, can sniff it out real quick. They'll even pinpoint where it came from. That's how we found the first accounts, because we had a PI who was a friend of mine, but he now lives in East Texas. But yeah, he was right here in Austin, and he's like, I'll help you, and he tracked it back right back to the source. That's why we knew who it was. I mean, it was like automatic. And so after that, it was like, why even bother? They have hundreds of them, and they make new ones all the time. So it's like you can't do them all because it's just nauseating and tedious. But anyway, people were asking me, a couple people that are close to me, and they didn't really know how or why this was still going on. And I said, well, it's not a block and delete thing. It's like whack-a-troll. You're not going to be able to block and delete these people. Because I watch Abe struggle to block them all the time. I see everybody in the community that's fighting these people, Lawns and Booze, BMR, everybody they have to block them and block them. Yeah, they all did. Yeah. They all have. They've shown me a list of them. I mean, we were just talking about Joe Doyle and Jesse Doyle. I mean, that he says this could be thousands of them, and they've been at it for a long time. What's sad, though, is the people that are brought up into this situation. And I'm sorry, the reason I had to talk about earlier tonight to get it out of the way, because we're waiting for the chat to fill up, because I had gone off on them at the end of the show on when was that, Monday?
Yes.
So anyways, I hope that answers some questions. People were wondering, some of the people that didn't know, there was only like a few that asked questions, like 4 people, but 4 people is enough to me to say, hey, I'll answer this. Instead of sitting there trying to, say it all out on an email and texting till my thumbs hurt. This is what's going on. This is why this is happening. And it's happening because they're demonically obsessed. Now, and it brings me to my first discussion of the night. Now, there's a woman who sent me a message, and I don't think she cares if I say her name, but it's not important. So, I don't know if you want me to say your name or not. If you're listening, we'll call her B. That's the first letter of her first name. So, B, if you want me to say your name, just I'll give you credit for this. But it was a very good question, and she was following up on what I had said about sociopathy and crazy people that are psychotic and how they fake being normal. And she asked a very important question, and I think it's very pertinent to answer this now. But she said, I'm married to someone who I love very deeply, but I don't feel like he has ever truly loved me. And now they are still married, but they're separated. And it's weird. They've been separated for 2 years, and she wants a divorce. He won't give it to her. He wants to keep it where it stays out of the court because they have 2 kids, and the kids go back and forth. But she said so far he's been very cooperative for almost 2 years. Yeah. So they've been separated for over 2 years, and at first he wasn't really cooperative, and now he's cooperating. And so, first of all, I'm not a marriage counselor, and I can't give you legal advice, but I would suggest anybody going through anything like that you really need to get a lawyer involved. Okay, I know it's expensive, but you're going to have somebody to Hang on one second, dude. Hold on. All right, folks. So, anyways, I would strongly suggest to protect yourself and to protect your family that you would get a lawyer involved, because that's probably what you're going to have to do anyway. So you might as well just bite the bullet and just, you know. And also, if you think that there's a lawyer that they're going to go run to, you if you do it first, they can't do it. And so I'm just giving you some advice. I've never been through a divorce. I don't know what that's like. Other than on a like for me personally, to having gone through, this is a personal experience. I'm telling you what could happen. Now, here is a discussion I got in with her about, and she is a former eyewitness who is giving me a little bit of an update, follow up on something that happened to her. And she said this. She said that she loved this guy, but she don't know that he ever truly loved her, and maybe out of spite, maybe to hurt her. I don't know the whole why that he did this, but he told her that he never really loved her, and he married her out of pity. She asked me the question, and from what everything she told me, if I believe that he ever loved her, and I said, from what you've told me, no. Now I don't. I'm not in your relationship. I don't know. Is he a sociopath? From what you told me, if I had to make a jump decision, um, he could be, and there's red flags for sure, red flags. One incident in particular, one of the children were splashing around in the pool and appeared to be drowning, and he videoed it before he jumped in to save them. That's one incident. Apparently, there were multiple incidents like this. Another incident was he had the child that was about 4 years old wander off into an enclosure where there was a what can be considered a dangerous dog, and he just kind of laughed before he went in to grab the child, but only because he was prompted by his brother. Because his brother's like, "Look, that's your dog. I can't go in there. The dog will attack me." But your child is in there. So there were multiple things like that. So I'm thinking, yeah, I mean, that sounds like, but I don't really know the context too, and I don't know. And I'm not saying that you're a bitter person or anything like that, but his story may be different. Maybe like, oh, bull crap, that's not the way it went down, blah blah blah. But if what you're saying is the truth, and allegedly it is, then this man, yeah, there's red flags. But here's the problem, folks. More people who were polled. This was a poll that was taken years ago. I read this a long time ago, and I think it was like Newsweek or something. You might even be able to find it, look it up. But it was a poll. It was like, and I don't think it was like a Gallup poll. It was, because that's like more political. But they were asked whether they would want to be with someone who they truly were in love with, but wasn't in love with them, or whether they would be with someone who was in love with them, but they weren't in love with completely.
Mm.
And of course, there's varying levels of how much you love them. I think we've all been there where we've loved or cared about someone who didn't give a damn about us. I mean, or showed that they didn't give a damn. And of course, you say things, out of meanness. I know I did when a couple of the relationships ended. I said a bunch of crap. In particular, one person, I said a bunch of mean, horrible things because, and this is crazy, but you're young. I was like 20.
Yeah.
So you want to burn that bridge completely because you feel like it's going to make you a strong person. But I guess I was correct in what I did, because I had this strong feeling that I had to not have this person in my life because I felt like they were like I loved that person. I knew they didn't really love me as strong as I loved them,
Mm-hmm.
and they were going to use me. And you know what I mean? Like, you have that instinct in you to know that.
Yeah.
And I had a self-worth, even though I felt worthless at times, and I was young and just no direction really, just kind of existing, trying to make it, working all the time, and we're doing whatever. And we'll get to the stories, I promise. It's only 263 people in here, but I wanted to get started and get it going so we didn't have you just sitting there listening to music. Because you're not on an elevator, right? Are you? Are you in an elevator? You might be in an elevator.
Maybe you are in your like parallel life right now.
What if the elevator's like the Truman Show? It's where the break room is.
Yeah. This is just the dream world that you think is real.
I think everybody at some point too, they've told me, different people have told me, like, they're like, yeah, I feel like, I'm on the Truman Show, like I'm like, and everybody kind of feels like they're the epicenter of the universe,
Yeah.
Because you think everybody's watching you. Really, they're not, but you feel that
No.
way because you feel subconscious about it. And so, yeah, I understand that feeling that people get. Thank you for the donation that we got. Wednesday is actually my favorite day to do the show. It really is, because Sunday, it's like I'm kind of like, I gotta do the show. Sometimes it feels like that, but Wednesday I'm like, I'm kind of happy. I've had a day off from doing a live, so it's just like, Tuesday we throw the podcast up there. Yesterday was crazy. That story was crazy.
Yeah.
And I didn't have to talk a whole lot. Now get ready, because the next 2 episodes with her, I'm going to be doing a lot of talking.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, then bugger off, as they say in England. Because I'm not going to sit here and listen to people. And don't timestamp it, dude. I couldn't believe the pettiness. Somebody showed me that somebody timestamped it 5 minutes and 34 seconds. 5 minutes? You can't listen to 5 minutes.
That show is an extra 10 minutes long too.
Yeah.
To compensate for that. So there's at least over an hour of storytelling.
If you timestamp our stuff, we're gonna block you. You will never be able to comment with that account again. We're done, because we're barely making it financially on the show. We're not. YouTube takes their cut, and it's just, by the time you pay taxes and everything else on it, you don't have nothing. I mean,
plus it's just annoying and petty, and we don't have to deal with it.
Hold on. So yeah. So listen, I mean, that extra 5 minutes to tell you about the Patreon. Why would you go and do that? And then someone's like, thank you. Like, 5 minutes, really 5 minutes, and you timestamp it. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous behavior. I mean, I can't, come on, man. Because we're just trying to get the word out about our Patreon so that we can get help, and you guys do that. I mean, that's nonsense. Thank you for that, Chitoe. And somebody messaged me the other day, Ted, got to get this one out there. A guy named Kirk, and he told me, he says, dude, there's only like, 20, 30 people that donate. And everybody else is just getting it for free. That's another problem. So what we've decided officially, there's a guy that reached out to me. You might even be listening right now. If you are, thank you. Yeah, Kez, the attention span of a goldfish. Thank you, Kez. And Kez has actually been on the show before. But let me tell you something, okay? It's really ridiculous that people do that, that you're going to be, because you're costing us money, and we try to keep are we keeping the ads down? I don't want to say we are until I know we are we?
Yeah.
So we try to keep the ads down, and we try to keep everything not behind a paywall. So what we're going to do is we're going to have this guy that's offered to help us. He's going to build us a website, and of course we're going to pay him. We have to pay, and you don't work for free. But he said he's good at it. He knows how to do it. We're going to give him a shot. He's going to revamp the website, and we are going to put it behind a paywall, which is $9.99 at least. I think we're going to do. I really don't like having to put anything behind a $10 paywall or whatever. But we are, and we're going to. And it's been 6 years. It's been 6 years, and I've tried, and we have no other way to generate income. The Patreon is kind of leveled off. It's kind of stuck at whatever. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have to go to behind the paywall, but it's not going to be all of our shows. We're going to do just exactly what everybody else is doing. Only it took us 6 years to do it. And so we're going to do probably 2 shows are going to go behind the paywall a week. So one of those will more than likely, we're trying to figure out, it might be the 1 hour episodes. We're going to stick one of those behind the paywall, and then we'll keep the Collins show like live, obviously so more people can do whatever. And then we're going to do the probably we'll keep the guest show. So either Wednesday or Sunday will be behind the paywall. So I'm thinking Wednesday, this day is probably going to be behind the paywall, folks. So but you have another month at least before we do that. And then, so we'll have 2 shows a week. That's $9.99 for those who want to pay for it. that'll go behind the paywall, and the rest of it will just be on YouTube. So my wife was really upset. She didn't want us to do it. And I said, well, if we don't, we're going to, it's either that or we don't do the show. It's your choice because we don't make enough money to do it. And we have a PayPal where you can donate money directly to. Put the link up, please. We always need to do that for those who want to just donate anonymously, or you want to donate and help out without them taking their cut, whatever. So that's the thing. And we're not up here begging for money like these liars that are always the accusers. We're going to start calling them the accusers, because the accusers are always the ops. You know, they're always going to say, you do this, you do that, and they lie. And they actually do have a few real people that listen to their show. Not many. Most of them are fake. Their own accounts, just talking to themselves. But they do have a few people. And, you know, the old roofer guy, he did take, he brags openly about it a lot. And he took several of our donors and moved them over to Barton. But we got the views and they got the donors. It is what it is. But he's so happy and so proud that he served his master, Ike, to do what he did. So y'all can be happy and applaud and pat yourself on the back, but thank those people for this, because they hurt our algorithms. They hurt our mass reporting with all their fake accounts.
Yep.
They report every episode, no matter what we say, what we do. That's why it's like, what does it matter whether we talk about it or not? They're going to report us anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference.
Doesn't make a difference. So we don't care. So they've hurt our sub count, you know, like we don't have as many people rising up, you know, like our sub count was rising, then it started falling again.
Yeah.
And so they're just constantly attacking us. And so we are better served now if they continue on with all of this, and it continues monetarily to be a money pit, then we're probably just going to move everything over. But that's up to you guys. I mean, whether or not you help. And so I don't really understand how people can be as evil and conniving as they are. I just don't. I don't get it. But it's ridiculous, dude. I mean, I just can't even fathom, you know. And there's really just a handful of them that are always posting in that group. And at least a couple of them have the balls to post their real names, who they are. Like, as much as I can't stand them, at least they actually say what they got to say, which is vile and horrible. But I give them a little kingdom of, you know, whatever, because they actually do say their names. You know, Ike and Jessica, they don't do that. They just hide behind these fake accounts. They make fake accounts and start saying a bunch of crap and pretend like they're not doing it. For one thing, he's not doing that because he's always hid like a spider. That's why we called him that. But he's also going to court. And, you know, he's getting hammered. And so he's over there, you know, he's got to pretend and lay low. But playing games like that when you're in the middle of all this shitstorm that you started is really stupid. I mean, like, you can see a tornado. You're not going to run out there and go play in it.
Yeah.
But
let's go fly a kite.
You're not too bright. I mean, we're not dealing with the best and brightest here, folks. Okay. I'm telling you, this is not, a Mensa summit. It's just not. It is what it is.
They're trying their hardest to get the dim.
It's funny because Mensa and mental in Spanish mean like mentally handicapped.
Mentally handicapped, yeah.
So in a way, it kind of is a Mensa.
So I guess it is a Mensa.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I mean, if you stop and you look at these people and their channels are absolute garbage, and they're in the toilet, and they're like, he was jealous of us, you know. You ever seen a really hot chick walking in this nice, beautiful dress, and then you see some woman who, this has happened to me. You see a woman wearing a similar dress because, you know, there's fashion trends, right? It used to be like that. Now you see the spandex, and you'll see this really hot chick in a spandex or whatever, and she works out. It's obvious that that's what she's supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing for a guy. He wears a tank top. He's showing off his muscles, whatever. Then you see the meth head wearing the tank top.
Yeah. So what are you doing?
Or you see the mashed potato butt of a girl who's wearing that same spandex. She stuffed some of her body into the spandex.
Yeah.
Like Patrick Starr.
Like a giant cauliflower walking around.
Yeah.
I feel like the meth head had to cut his sleeves off to buy more meth. So I mean, that's all that is.
But yeah, but so that's what these people are. They're those people, and they're like, I look good. I look good. Mm-hmm. I look fly. I look good. Don't want to see me in your neighborhood. No, we don't. In fact, we don't want to. not like, so that's pretty much, what's going on. But these are sociopaths. And like I was talking about with this woman who was talking about her husband, my diagnosis of the situation is that, yes, you married a sociopath. If I had to be put on the spot, which I guess I kind of was, you did. And then on top of it, you married him. And I've heard this before. Now I've heard it a few times.
Mm-hmm.
I would say this. It is, and for me, I got fortunate. It's early, so I'm not going to say anything. There's still people in the building. So
you didn't say anything, but I was like, I heard that.
Yeah, but that's there's people around. So here's the thing. I got fortunate. I married someone who I believe loves me as much as I love her. She may love me more because she's got such a big heart. But I think that me and her love each other quite a bit. And I think that's what
I see.
Yeah, I found somebody who matched my level of love I was able to give and willing to give, which is infinite, and I think hers is too. So I'm good. That's fortunate, but that's not common. It's usually lopsided. It's very unevenly yoked, and in the Bible it tells you not to be unevenly yoked. Here's the thing before we get started, right? Find somebody if you have to, and you're just itching to breed or whatever it is you're trying to do, you want to get married or whatever you got to do with yourself, find somebody who loves you for you, right? Don't let them fall in love with an image of you, okay? And I've said this many times, and I'll say it again. We all wear these fake faces. It's not who we are. It's not who you really are. It's a mask. We're all participating in the matrix, folks, whether you want to believe it or not. And we're all participating in what I would call, hey, thank you, Debbie Cawthor. I hope you're doing well. You're such a good person.
Yeah, Debbie and Tito, thank you so much.
Thank you for coming through. But I think that what it is with this situation is you have to stop and you have to look at yourself and be like, am I being the true person to her? One of the things that she thought was that I was telling her fantastical tales about my life.
Yeah.
So she comes here. It's a testament to her and her goodness. 2 months into our relationship, I believe it was around my birthday. Our anniversary just passed, May 20th. Today's 21st. Yesterday was our anniversary. We did nothing. We slept. We just slept.
I mean, that's its own reward.
I woke up,
sleep so little,
went back to sleep, and I just enjoyed my day of doing nothing. And then I worked all night and had a bunch of stuff happen. Last night was good thing it didn't happen on show night.
Yeah.
Good gosh, dude.
That would have been
pit bulls running loose. People pretending like not to speak English. I speak several languages, so I'm like, how about this language? How about that language? And then they're just like, no. I'm like, come on, dude.
I don't speak.
Figured it out though. He's from Nepal. I don't speak Nepalese, but he never heard of Kathmandu. And I'm like, what? But somebody was like, he is from Nepal. I went like, yeah, I figured that out. So we managed to communicate, but it was frustrating. So we had a long night, right? But for the most part, Nellie got to stay with the puppies and hang out with them and do whatever. And I went out and did what I had to do. And then by the time I was down south, I went ahead and just picked up a guard and gave them a ride and picked up Scorp. I was just down there, I'm on every site.
Yeah, as well.
But I was popping up at everybody's posts. They were like, whoa, what are you doing here? Well, I got to check on you. Well, don't the field captain do that? Well, the field captain's busy. They act so, nervous, when you show up. And I'm like, I'm not Darth Vader. He wears a mask. I don't wear one. This is me. So many people, they wear a mask and they don't want to admit that they wear a mask. It's true. So don't have someone fall in love with you because you can't deliver the goods. So 2 months into our relationship, Nellie says, she's like, Josh. She calls me Josh. She didn't want to call me Wolf at that time. Until she feel like everybody in my life calls me Wolf that knows me around here, So then she can attest this, and you can too. I'm the same person on this show that I am at home.
Yeah.
I don't put on any damn mask. If it is very thin, it's a very thin mask. And I'm very open about my past. Very open. I don't care. Whatever the consequences are, then you face the consequences. I believe that because the next life is more important than this one. If you understand that, you understand that. I mean, let me take Kez's comment off of there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of rubbed off on all of us because, like, I don't think there's really anybody in the house who doesn't act who they are truly, even to an annoying sense. It's like, please be someone else for once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like the only time really realistically is like, you know, you're in the middle of like a business meeting or something, or like in a professional setting. There's always going to be things that you want to say that you can't, you know. But outside of that, like if you're dealing with any one of us on a personal level, the person you see on camera is the person you're going to meet in person.
Y'all are the same way.
Yeah,
none of us are putting on airs.
Yeah,
but I think there's this, and I'm not attacking anybody, even my opposition. That they because if I said, "Oh, look at what they're doing," and you don't point out that 90% of YouTube is doing the same thing, even though I don't like them, they're not doing anything any different other than, well, they are being dishonest, but so are a lot of other people. You know, but the other people aren't attacking us. They're attacking us. That's the difference. But they are doing what 90% of the community is doing, and they're pretending to be blameless and without sin. Roofer, you were a Pharisee, a modern day Pharisee, and so were you, mastermind guy up there in Okie. You know, you guys, I'm going to tell you, you need to stop before the end of your when judgment comes. It could come at any time. You both look very unhealthy. And by the same token, it could happen to me too. That's why I try to be ready. You know, I tell you what, at the last show, I felt dirty. I had to do some praying because I said some things and I was cussing. And cussing is one of my pet peeves. I got to stop it. I'm like, dang it. Got to practice saying,
darn it, shoot, son of a gun.
From Uncle Jimmy, he don't cuss.
Yeah.
You know, and my Uncle Butch, he only cusses when he's really mad.
Yeah.
Jaime likes to just say, some bitch.
Yeah,
that's his favorite word. I'm just like, but my uncles on both sides, you know, my aunts and uncles, most of them, that generation, they don't cuss. They don't, not like me. And they get it. They know that I'm the way I am. So you have this, you know, this dynamic, you know, where people are fake and they do what they do. So everybody's putting on a mask and pretending like they've never committed a sin. People don't relate to that because that's not real. Tell the people who you really are. So I told Nelly, I said, I'm not going to sit here and try to proselytize to you. And I'm damn sure not going to pontificate. I said, I'm just going to let you over time figure out who I am. So I took her to a few places. One of them was a friend of mine's club, which is a predominantly black club. And we went in there. And those guys, and Anthony knows, he went there when he was young with me. And those guys, OGs, all of them, they love to tell stories. And they're good storytellers too. And they were just telling story after story after story. And I'm looking at Nelly like, I didn't pay these guys. These aren't paid performers. And then we went to another club, which is a hip hop club, which is, I would say, 70% Hispanic, maybe 20% black, 10% white, because they just kind of wander in there and don't know what. Then they walk out. And then we went to another place, which was, you know, rough, but it's sort of evenly, you know, distributed, and then even another place and a few other places, and people were telling her. And some of those places, she was like, I would never go there in a million years without you. And I can walk freely on the east side or the south or southeast side, which are the really bad neighborhoods in Austin, and I don't have problems. I can go downtown. I can go to Runberg. I can go to Gilwood, where they're always shooting and killing. I know half of those people, most of them anyway. Because I've worked security, or I've ran nightclubs, and I've dealt with that element.
Either that, or they know you,
or they know me,
because the OGs have told them about you.
A lot of those youngers don't know me by face,
just name. Yeah.
But if I say Wolf, I'm Wolf. They're like, oh shoot, you know. I'm not saying they're going to put the gat down and not, you know, but they might be a little more like, okay.
They'll remember, like, oh, so and so told me about you.
Yeah,
your name will have weight at least.
It does down here. It does. Yeah. Now I'm not expecting you in cyberspace to understand that, but that's the truth. And so she figured it out who I was. And that's what she said she loved about me, was that I didn't try to sit there and prove to her anything. And I let my guys from the old days do the talking, and my own family that could attest to the things I was saying, that it wasn't a load of shit. Because guys will do that. They'll project this image to the girl that they love or care about or want to be close to. And guess what? That woman ends up resenting them, because what drew them in will repel them, because they'll figure out that you're full of crap. You are not who you portray yourself to be. But I give this advice, and this is it right here. It's better to be with someone who loves you, but make sure that they love you, not this mask that you're wearing. So many people have to go through their marriage too with that mask. They have to get up every day and put it on real quick. You're going to have to be laid bare in front of them, physically, mentally, and spiritually naked, right? They have to see you. All the scars, I have a lot of them all over my body. And she's okay with that. All of the warts and all, as they say. Unfortunately, I don't have warts, but I mean, warts and all. If you do, you need to get that checked. That's a fungus. But I'm just saying, you have to be willing to take the good with the bad. And as I grow older with the person that I'm with, I love her. And she's had a lot of experiences of weird things. We've been through hell and back. And if anything, these nonstop attacks by these crazy, demonically possessed, obsessed people, whatever you want to, it has strengthened our bond. Not just with her, but with these guys and with all my friends that are helping us. And with you guys, the paratroopers, we've been able to get through it. And I say this. I was thinking this the other day, like, and I promise this is the last, and then we're because we have to get started, but it's 43 minutes right now. And this is important, I think. But I love, like, I was looking through some old books or whatever, not books, I'm sorry, hats, and I was thinking like that. So I bought this one. I bought this Spider-Man hat. I thought, I love Spider-Man. And I had looked at my comic books and I said, I thought I had one, but I look at hats and I don't buy them, I think people do that. They just kind of window shop.
Yeah, I was going to say, you do a lot of window shopping.
So you don't,
you put it in your cart, but you don't actually buy it.
Yeah, you just sits there until maybe one day you win the lottery. You're like, hey, when I win the lottery, that particular car is coming home with me.
Yeah, if I ever win the lottery, my Amazon cart is going to get cleared out.
So until then, nobody buys that car. Because in the next 10 years, I will be able to buy it. By that point, it will be on the market. But the point is that, I started noticing, like, reminiscing, and there were these Looney Tunes hats. And I have a couple. I love Bugs Bunny. Ever since I was a kid, I loved Bugs Bunny. It was very cool, But I started noticing, like, I was looking back finally on my childhood, and the Warner Brothers cartoons came on. Ironically, it just was like all, while I was just sitting there thinking about, what a bastard the Roadrunner is for always, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that, Carlos. And so I leaned back in my study and I was watching the Roadrunner, and I thought about it. I was like, the Coyote is really a piece of crap. He really is. When I was little, you root for Tweety Bird and the Roadrunner because Sylvester and the Coyote are very similar, doing the same thing. And all these, like, Elmer Fudd, the Tasmanian Devil, and Yosemite Sam are always after Bugs Bunny. And Bugs Bunny's like, he didn't start this crap. They did. Yeah. But he always clowns them. And so we went through these epic wars with the security business, getting it started. I'm telling you, the day that they threw those roofing nails all over the ground and our patrol people pulled out and ran them over, oh my gosh. And they only got 4 of our cars, managed to get 4. We had 6 cars, but they managed to get 4 of them. And I had to go over there, and Walmart was 2-packed. Sam's was 2-packed. So I had to sit there and pump the Jag. It was on a Friday night, a day. I remember I was like 15 years ago. And so they took accounts from us, these other 2 companies. And one of them I used to work for, the owner didn't like me anymore because I had left, which I'm going to better myself. And I took a bunch of accounts from him because his company was not good. He wasn't a good guy. The operations manager was a great guy, but not him. And so there were 2 companies that we were fighting with, and they were fighting with each other. It was like a 3-way fight, And we did so many battles. We had so many battles with these companies, doing shitbag things, from going and taking our D-Techs down from these different places, snaking accounts from us through lies and treachery and deceit, costing us thousands of dollars hand over fist, even putting ringers in there to come work for us. And when the board changed the rules where you could have your card and work for as many companies as you wanted, that's when we started getting these infiltrators. So if you think this is the first rodeo of war that I've had with this kind of stuff, you're wrong. And we fought and fought and fought to get to where we're at. And we fought and clawed. And it's 18 years now with this company. And I actually contract for 3 different companies. But AmeriShield is the main company that I work with, and I have my own company too. But we basically contract for them, and I'm a partner now with AmeriShield. I am going to tell you something, okay? It is not where you start, it's where you finish. And when I was young, I thought that, and as I got a little older, I was like, I don't like Tweety Bird. I don't like the Roadrunner. They're dickheads. But in reality, now that I got a little bit older and I was watching it a few years ago, I'd say the other day, it was a few years ago, I started realizing that I do like the Roadrunner and Tweety Bird because they're not the bad guys. They're not doing anything to Sylvester. Sylvester's a douchebag. We kind of like him a little bit, but when he's after Tweety Bird, it's like, why are you so determined to eat that bird? Why not just eat your cat food and stop? And even your own son is ashamed and embarrassed of you. And it's like, you could just teach that son that you don't need to go and kill other animals when you're being fed cat food. You don't need to do that. Our cats don't go after our birds because they're fed.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, the message is don't be a douchebag and all these bad things won't happen to you. Coyote, I don't like coyotes. I've made no bones about it on this, especially when you have a ranch.
Turds.
Never like them. They're evil little bastards. I've seen what they do. And so you start to realize the Roadrunner didn't do anything to you either, douchebag. You just keep going after him and trying to kill him. So when it backfires and a rocket hits you in the face or an anvil falls on you, it's what you get. So now it's kind of come full circle. I go back to being the little child, that I was when I was little, and realizing that I do like the Roadrunner and Tweety Bird.
Yeah.
Because they're not doing anything. And Tweety Bird's just like, that's what you get, you putty tat. That's what you shouldn't be messing with me.
They're successful victims.
I'm just sitting here and you're trying to eat me constantly. And as soon as the old lady leaves, that's what you do. And then Coyote's always like, with all these schemes and all the energy he puts into this, he could have got a job and got a cheeseburger at Sonic.
He obviously has, he knows someone at Acme.
Kind of much of time too.
He could have gotten a job at Acme. He knows somebody there. He's getting so much stuff from there.
Or at the very least, he could have caught 100 times other prey.
Yeah,
but he's focused on this one road.
He's obsessed.
Yeah,
and let me tell you what the Coyote is. The Coyote is a guy who obviously has all the time in the world because he's probably on disability. He's probably working not at all. Probably lives way out in the middle of nowhere, and he's obsessed with the Roadrunner when he could be doing something productive with himself. Like I said, Coyote, get a job, clean yourself up. That's too much work. But then you're doing all of this work, building, groups and everything else dedicated to going after the Roadrunner or Bugs Bunny. Or whoever, fill in the blank. Because, there were some episodes where Bugs Bunny stepped in and those were pretty cool. He's like, the Roadrunner and my friend had to go take care of some business in Albuquerque. I'm here, So he gets chased by the Coyote for the episode.
Yeah.
And the Coyote's like, I'll just chase him, And that's kind of what happens with the Coyote. He gets distracted by a few of the allies of the Roadrunner, so he goes after them. And then he goes back to the Roadrunner because he's obsessed. And then you realize this is an allegory for crazy, mentally ill, obsessed people who don't work. They just don't, but they have all the time in the world, but all the energy and effort, they could just go get a job and do something with themselves.
And it's annoying because growing up, I would watch Tom and Jerry all the dang time. And my favorite episodes was always when they worked together to stop someone else. It's like it was cool seeing them always, Jerry always winning or them going against each other.
There again, Jerry didn't do anything to Tom. He was just there.
He was just there.
He was just existing.
Yeah, he was just there. And sometimes Tom would be like, one time he was jamming out and Jerry came out and was like dancing because he heard the music. And Tom's like, and then he gets mad and starts trying to beat him and kill him and chase him around, hit him with an umbrella. And you're like,
they're literally the instruments of their own pain because they choose to be turds, and all that happens is they get hurt for it, and then they don't learn, and they just continue to be turds.
But he's got their stuff there. So everybody commenting on it, but yeah, Bugs Bunny does take it to another level, and I love Bugs, and I identify with Spider-Man, dude. I mean, poor kid grew up, and didn't ask for any abilities or anything, and everybody was jealous and hated him for it. Then he has these outlandish villains who just come after him and want to kill him because he's standing in the way of doing what they want to do. But they also, the problem is they become obsessed with him. Look at the Sinister Six.
Well,
So
it's funny. Lawrence Morgan had put a poem that says Jerry was a jerk a lot of the times too. Well, you know why that is, right? It's because you have this dude who's always on you all the time. And then when you retaliate, you're seen as the jerk.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man. What is this dude's always on me? So I punch him in the face, and now I'm the one that gets arrested. How is this fair?
Yeah.
I think like a lot of the perceptions that we had as children were like our perceptions of the world that we had as children were actually correct in the first place. But then as we grew older, we're kind of mentally beat down, and we start to think, well, no, that's just childish thinking. That can't be true. I believe like that's how I saw it when I was a kid. But then like for me personally, like I relate to what Wolf was saying because. Like I look back at some of the ways that I would look at the world when I was a kid, and now I look back and I some of that stuff. I think, yeah, that's actually how it really is. I had it right from the beginning, but it's taken me this long, I guess, to be alive for this long to realize, like, I don't know, like my perceptions of the world as a young adult were actually skewed, and the ones that I had as a child were more closer to the real reality. Like, okay, for example, I used to think as a kid, like, okay, like I would do this thing where like I would look at something, right, and like I truly and really believed in my mind, I bet you if I just looked at this thing and visualized it moving just a little bit for however long it takes, I bet you that it could happen. I'm pretty sure it could happen.
I mean, yeah.
Which, like, I mean, that it sounds, silly saying it, but I believe that now. Like, that's something. There's a lot to reality that's actually stranger than fiction, and like when you're a child, your mind is not yet conditioned by the material world, and you see things more clearly, which goes back to like why we like the Roadrunner and Bugs Bunny, as kids, and then as we got a little bit older, then we started relating to the underdogs who were chasing them more. But now that we're like older than that and can see things more clearly, we're like, yeah, actually, no, our first perception was correct.
Yeah, and you it's kind of weird. You have a certain view of the world and then when you get older, you follow the brainwash.
Yeah,
and then
it's like a loop.
You have to wake yourself up from it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you were saying.
The programming teaches you that you were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Then you come out of the fake reality and you go into the real reality. Then you realize, wait, I was right from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Your very youngest child brain is actually correct. That's why teenagers are such a pain in the ass, because they're so programmed and so brown about their surroundings and so susceptible, but they're so convinced that they're smart and they think that they're right. And teenagers to young adults are very annoying. I'll be honest. I really don't like being around them. I just don't. I don't,
It's not even that they're ignorant. It's that they think that they have it figured out while living in ignorance.
Mm-hmm. And some of them never grow out of that.
Yeah,
they stay that same jerk their whole lives, never changing or never, as the facts are presented to them, they're stuck and they're grounded in the matrix. You can't get them out of it, and so to heck with it. You just give up on it. But so let's get started here, guys. We're at the almost 1 hour mark, so here we are. So we got a couple of hours of storytelling to do here. As the title, hold on. And get your name in green. There is going to be a giveaway, and we're going to try and mail off tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. And if you're in the Patreon, you guys got to let us know. Go to giveaways@purtpodcast.com and say, look, I'm in the Patreon. Y'all need to post in the Patreon group so that they know to go do the giveaways@purtpodcast.com and give us the tiers so that we know we can give you your stuff. We have all of the stuff in the storeroom. It's ready to go. It's just sitting there. It hasn't been a matter of money or anything else with that. It's just time. But we're going to send it off tomorrow. It'll probably be $500 worth of what do you call
mail offs?
No, not the price of the stuff was more than that. I'm talking about how much it's going to cost us.
Yeah,
It's going to cost about $500. It's just a couple of weeks worth of stuff. And so the price of it is not cheap. Mail has got expensive. So if you're in another country, I'm sorry, but it's hard for us to mail to you. But if you're in Britain, I can send you a Paul Sinclair book. That's the best I can do right now. Mail, unless you're a Patreon member. Now, if you're a Patreon member from another country, I got you. If you're a giveaway winner just from the show, I appreciate the $5 support, but there's not really anything we can do as far as sending you something if you try to win. There's nothing we can really do other than England or the British Isles, then I can help you out. So thank you for your support though, guys. So here's what's going on. There was a story, and I made reference to it when we were talking about the attacks from the Bigfoot. And we're going to start with this one. It's Bigfoot, right? And that show, we ended it. We didn't really finish it all because there was so much that was going on. And just like the show we did the other day with the people in Mexico and on that ranch, there was so much paranormal stuff that happened. For instance, like there's, like just little small things. Like one of the things that happened on that ranch, there was this flying creature that we were talking about. This thing actually would show up in the window sometimes without a body. And they think it's the same creature, but it would be invisible. And it would just be completely invisible. They wouldn't see this pixelation or anything that indicated that it was anything other than an invisible entity. And it would have these big red eyes, which is reminiscent of Mothman. It's a very weird thing, right? But I talked about Devin and Drew. Now, Devin is the one that originally reached out to me, and she says, me and my boyfriend at the time, now husband, Drew, were dating. We were going out, and this thing happened to us. And I think I said the state where it was at. Like I said, I think where they were at when it happened. And I think I was wrong if I said it the day, whatever. It happened in Kentucky, in Western Kentucky, lower, or like, I guess it would be near the border, with Kentucky and Tennessee. So it'd be east. Would it be east or western Kentucky, I believe. So it was in southwestern Kentucky. I know that. So I think that would be. So Kentucky would be above Tennessee. So would be near the border. Whatever what is the state? I'm trying to remember what the state is right next to Kentucky.
It is.
Oh yeah, it would be. It would. Okay, I'm thinking Tennessee. So this was in Kentucky. So if I said another state, that's not correct. That is actually in Kentucky. It is in southwestern Kentucky. I think it's right there on the border with Tennessee. Tennessee, I believe, is below it, right? Yeah, I'm just okay. Because I'm sitting here saying Kentucky, but I'm thinking Tennessee. I think I had said Tennessee, but it's not. That's not correct. This happened in southwestern Kentucky. So here's the thing. She reaches out to me and she says, hey, my best friend listens to your show and she sent you a story. Her story was just about ghosts and stuff. And so I did not retell her friend's story as of yet, but now that she mentioned about it, Laurel, I will get to that. Okay, I will. And thank you for being a listener and thank you for sending somebody our way. Just get that out of the way. I appreciate anytime you guys send me somebody. It's cool. I really appreciate it. Devin's story was one of. It's one of those ones that makes you think, and then you really start to realize, just how insidious these creatures can be. Her and her boyfriend at the time were in this area. It was like a lover's lane, and in that county, they live in that county now, and she doesn't tell many people her story. In fact, Laurel, her friend, was one of told her, hey, you should tell your story. It's a riveting tale, but she's not interested in a bunch of people knowing about it, I guess. And I'll tell you why. So what happened to Devin, that's her first name, like I said, her last name, she went through absolute hell with this entity. I'll say it's an entity, although it appeared to be something flesh and blood. I can't 100% say that that's what that was. And this is it. They were making out. They were young. She was 17 and he was now 18 going on 19. And he was graduated. She was a senior in high school. and they were out on a date. They were supposed to go to a movie, and so they ended up going to this place where people make out.
Mm-hmm.
And so then they had decided, hey, we've been here for an hour. They're just talking, whatever. And they were trying to figure out details for the movie so that she could go back. So she was literally texting. This is the early 2000s. She was texting her female friend, hey, and we didn't have good cell phones back then. Everybody knows that. We didn't have cameras on them. But she's like texting her friend, hey, tell me about the movie, because her and her boyfriend really went to see it. And Drew was with her, and he was like, you know, kind of laughing. He goes, okay, so we got it down. We know what to say. And she's like, yeah. And he's like, damn, I really would like to actually watch the movie, but it's time to go. And then she said, I'm looking at Drew, and he just like, we're smiling. Everything's happy and great. She's like, and then his smile kind of stays, but his eyes kind of change. Like they get bigger. And then he just starts to like stare. And he's like, fumbling, like he's looking this way and he's fumbling for the key to like get the heck out of there. And she's like, and then he tells her, he says, Devin, do not look out the window. So the first thing she does is turn and looks out the window.
Of course.
Yeah.
And there looking at her was this creature, and it was kind of moving its head side to side and just kind of like observing her. She first thought it was just a man with like a lot of facial hair. She said he had a full like beard, and you could see this part of the face right here, and he had long hair. And she said, but it was all matted and dirty and kind of, you know, she kind of made a joke about it too. She was like, if he would use like some really good hair products, he could probably make something, you know, his hair was long and flowing. And it looked
Fabio hair.
like on his body, like his chest and everything looked like it was like human hair, not fur. She said this was not a monkey man. She said it may be, and this is what I told her. I said, do you think it was like Neanderthalic or like it looked caveman? And she said, I didn't really go that deep. I didn't do a lot of research on it. Drew did a little more. And she's like, maybe, you know, but it was Bigfoot looking from another encounter that somebody in that area had. It was a hunter that was good friends with her dad and uncle. Or Drew's dad and uncle, and they determined that it was the same creature. They think it was a Bigfoot creature with a light brown hair, and it was extremely volatile because it chased those hunters out of that area. And that had happened 2 years later. And when she heard about it, she was on the porch with Drew's grandmother, and she said, "That's what we saw." So Drew goes out hunting one day with his friends, and they encounter this creature, this thing that Drew said looked similar, but not 100%. But it was a November day. It was wet and rainy and cold, and it was miserable. And he couldn't get a good look at it, and it looked like the hair on this thing was all wet and matted down. But from the color of what he saw that night, that spring night, he said he thinks that it was probably the same creature, but he couldn't say for sure. He goes, it might have been a different creature because it looked a little bit smaller, but maybe it was more puffed up because the hair was dry the first time he saw it. So they believed that and so that was a different encounter. So Drew saw it that day. And then they end up getting married. They're 20 and 19 at this point. He's 20, she's 19. And then they buy a house. Now, she says that he claims that he said it. She says that she said it, but both of them claim this. And they said, well, I told her this is too close to where we had the encounter. This thing could be living around here, but they fell in love with this house and they were like, no, this is the one. Both of them agreed. And then they kind of held hands and they sat. It was a screened in back porch, really pretty place. And they both agreed that this is it. This is the one. And we're not going to let Bigfoot. And according to him, she said this. According to her, he said this. So obviously, maybe it was a bad decision. But they both said the same thing. We're not going to let Bigfoot's smelly ass stop us from buying this house. So they were like, they had convinced themselves that this was it. And I asked them this question. This wasn't being snarky or prying or being like, hey, you know, are you good? You know, I'm more gooder than you. No, I just said, at any point in time, did y'all pray about this? And they were both like on the phone. They were like, no, it came. We thought about it later. Like, yeah. I said, because if you were there and you prayed, you might have felt something. And I told him, I said, and then again, maybe not. Maybe you wouldn't, and then you would have known probably, But I told him, I said, you should have tried to reach out to God, and through Jesus and say, hey, is this the right thing? She said, we were so excited about it. She goes, but my grandmother told me, and so did my mother, that we should take a little time. But there was a competing offer on the house, and we ended up getting it because their credit, or for whatever reason, you know how it is buying a house, they didn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
So they said, it's yours, but we have to meet with some more people in a couple of days. So do you want it? And they said, yes. So they started the proceedings. They went through all the hoops and everything. They got the house, but it was literally only 4 miles from where they had the encounter. And going the other direction, it was about 6 miles from where he had his encounter with this thing, when he saw it, independently of her, with his friends. Now, his one friend, Dusty, who had been his friend for years, was driving up the road 2 days after they had officially moved in. And when he was driving up the road, he saw their dog, Ajax. Cool name for a dog. Mm-hmm. Ajax is running across the road, and there is something chasing it that was built like a bear. And he's just like, holy crap. So he has a rifle. He gets out, 30-30. Very popular rifle for these people that live out in these places, because let me tell you, it'll blow the ass out of a coyote from a long ways away. And so he gets out and he takes a shot at this thing, and then this thing stands up and is just completely straight up and down. It is not hunched over. It's not walking like Blanca from Street Fighter, which somebody's told me about. They've seen something like that. And he's like, what in the hell? But he was convinced that this thing looked like a bear. And then it was on 2 legs, he goes, and it was absolutely a Bigfoot. And Ajax and Smiles, the other dog's name was Smiles, which was just a golden retriever, not a tough dog at all, but Ajax was a pretty tough dog. So anyways, he's a Rhodesian Ridgeback. Those two just ran back to the house, or apart anyway. Run back to the house where they had another dog that they kept chained up at night because it would roam around. And so they kept it on a really long chain, but it would roam around, and it had a habit of digging under and getting to the chicken coop. So they were trying to break him of that. And they said, normally we don't keep our dog chained up. And it just, at that time, he was so just hard to deal with. And so anyway, he was a rescue, and eventually he panned out. But they were really disturbed. When Dusty got to the house, he tells them, he says, they like, what happened? We heard gunshots. And he's like, yeah. Their driveway was really long. It was really long, like 1/10 of a mile, but it was pretty, And he said, look, man, you got something on your property. And he's just, Drew said he was sweating and he was just pale. And he said, he's the most in shape person I know. He goes, everything in his life is around his workouts. Like he has a farm now, a ranch actually, and he built a hangar with like workout equipment in there, right? And so he used to live and work and live in Memphis, Tennessee, and he was very committed to lifting weights. And he used to do iron work, and then he decided to retire and go out and get a ranch or whatever. Guy retired young, pretty young. I'm jealous, but he retired, and so he had a strange thing happen to him. After the shooting of this creature, it didn't do anything to it. Obviously, I don't even know if he hit it. He said he didn't know either. It was pitch dark out there. But he said this thing walked up close enough to him to see it, which was about 30 feet from him. But he panicked, got in the truck, and drove up to and the dogs were right there behind him, and their tails were tucked between their legs. He said, and usually Ajax was a butthole. He's like, this dude was a butthole. That's a butthole dog. Here, this day, he's like coming up to him and slinking around him like a cat. And then he goes inside, and the cats were going crazy and meowing and acting crazy. And they had a few cats outside that ran around and did whatever. They were nowhere to be seen. The inside cats were going crazy. And so he said that it was just a crazy thing. And he says, look, I saw this creature. Now, her sister was there, and her name is Judy, and she was there talking with her friend, her best friend, Laurel. And they match made. They got Laurel to go out with Dusty, and the rest became history. And now they're divorced.
So good.
But they're still friends, though. That's the thing. They think that they rushed into it. They were young. And, he's like, and in Dusty's words, he goes, it was kind of like friends, And then he goes, everybody's, kind of going their own way. Okay, my hair's not going to cooperate. Well, this is what happens then. All right. This is what you get.
Yeah, I usually think you're being too picky about your hair, but yeah, this time it's messed up.
We got to mess up our hair to match them.
Well,
yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Yours is already messed up. That doesn't count. So there we go. So anyway, Dusty's, by his own words, he said, dude, it was like friends, and it was kidding me, dude. Wow.
What's going on?
Wow, dude. Okay.
Eraserhead over here.
What are you talking about?
All right. So let's get back to this. So
David Lynch.
So we end up with this weird dynamic, and there was another girl that they hung out with and another dude. And it was funny because it was David, Dusty, and Drew were the three guys. And then there was Judy, Laurel, and of course, Devin. But Devin, she kind of set Dusty up to go out with this girl. But the night that this happened, everybody was just kind of sitting there waiting for something to happen, and it didn't happen. But the next day, they were planning a baby shower, by the way. This is when they were having she was pregnant with their first child, Devin. So the next day, Laurel comes to the house, and they're there in broad daylight, and they hear this bang real loud on the side of the house. And they go to the side of the house, and this is really disgusting. And now, folks, I'm going to tell you, this is a disclaimer. And when I tell the story on Sunday, I'm just going to give you a warning about that. It's a very graphic story that's going to be told on Sunday. Okay. So be ready, because the guy's name is Bevan, and I'm going to retell his encounter on Sunday. And it is very graphic. So just be ready for that. And this one gets a little graphic too, but it was a gelatinous blob of blood and like meat. And it looked like it was maybe a hog. That's the best they could say, maybe the haunch of it. And they did not have any hogs at the time. And they did later, but not at the time. So they think it was a wild pig. And this thing had grabbed it, probably eaten part of it, and then threw a piece of it against the wall because the dogs were cowering under the porch. And with good reason. They look down and they see what looks kind of like these. They don't really look like footprints. They just look like indentions,
Mm-hmm.
But they knew that something big and heavy had come through there, and they ran back inside. And she, at this point, Devin is pregnant with her first child. And she's telling her friend Laurel, she's like, there's this creature that I saw one night at this particular place. I'm not going to say the name of his name, but I'm not going to say it because you'll know where they live. And she said, we were there, and this thing decided to make an appearance. And then, Drew saw it when he was hunting. And she's like, yeah, Dusty told me. But Dusty didn't see it that day, because Dusty and them had split up. He went into into a tree stand, and David was the guy that was with Drew that day when he saw that creature that was the same creature he thinks, or maybe not. There could be a population of these things. So they have this creature that's basically stalking them at this point. But it gets worse, because the house that they moved into has something going on with it. She went to make coffee for her husband, Drew, to go to work, right? And so she's like, he's working construction, and he's been recently upgraded, promoted. Sorry, he's recently been promoted, and he's like, hey, I'm gonna have to be getting up really early. She goes to work at and she's about to be on maternity leave. She's a nurse. She has to drive into town. And so she's about to go on maternity leave, and she tells him, she's like, I'll make, your coffee, breakfast, whatever. I'll get up. And then she would get up and do it. And then she would take about an hour nap before she went back. That's a good wife.
Yeah.
She would get up and do that kind of stuff. Nellie does that.
It's really nice.
So she got up and she made coffee for him. And she goes, I'm going to turn around to grab a coffee cup, and it flies over my head and goes and just breaks on the island. And she said, before we moved in, she's like, we borrowed money from Drew's dad and mom to renovate this place. And so we had this island put in, and it was all, and she says, and she goes, and I looked down, and she's like, the floor, like where we had put in this really expensive tile, I watched two of the tiles just crack. And I'm like, what in the hell? She's like, and then I see something move sideways into the washroom where they had done this renovations, right? And added another room and stuff. Because it was just a 2-room house, but they had looked at it like how they were going to, add on to it. And they did. They are 2-bedroom house. They turned it into a 4-bedroom house downstairs. And one of the bedrooms was just used as his game room, and she did some sewing and things in there. And she said this thing was in the house. She's like, I saw like like something heavy was standing there, and it cracked the tile. Because I felt it too. She's like, I felt it. So then I run to the bedroom and I wake up Drew, and I'm like, Drew, wake up. There's something in the house. He gets up, he rolls out of bed, he grabs his gun, and he goes walking around the house. He's like, there's nothing here. She's like, well, something threw a coffee mug out of the cupboard, and then walked into the kitchen and by the island and broke the tile. He goes in there and he's like, good grief. And the first doubt, he believed, her after a couple of days, because he had his own encounter. He got ill and he ended up staying at home, and he was sick in bed or whatever. He goes, this was in the middle of the day. And she was at work. She was 3 months pregnant at that time. She was still working. And he said that, he got so freaked out, he thought that he was having like a fever dream. So he panicked and he called her at work while she's busy working at a hospital. And he's like, I'm so freaked out right now. And she's like, what happened? She goes, well, I rolled over in bed, and, the window, I could see my reflection in the window. He's like, but it wasn't me. It was this angry looking man he had a big full beard, but it was like a man. I couldn't tell you anything else. And so she asked the question. She was like, was it that thing? And he goes, I don't believe so. As soon as he says that, the TV comes on blaring loud. There was a clock radio there that came on. And so there's all this noise that came on all of a sudden real quick. And then he's like, hey, let me call you back. And so he gets everything under control. And then he lays back down in bed, and he just, it's like he was going to call her back until everything was fine. He doesn't. He goes, I laid back down, Wolf, and I just went to sleep. He goes, I was out like a light. I couldn't even feel my face. I was so I felt everything was just like, he's like, I felt like if I touched my face, I couldn't, my hands and feet were just numb. I was cold. And he said that was not cold though either. It was early summer when they moved into this house. And he's like, and it was terrible. It was like I was sick as a dog. He's like, and my wife, she didn't get sick. She didn't have whatever the heck it was that I had. He goes, but my friends had it. And he goes, my wife's had a real strong immune system. She goes to work at the hospitals around sick people. She never gets sick. But this creature, whatever it was, appeared to him at the foot of his bed. He feels the shaking of the bed that day. He wakes up, he looks up, and he sees like this at the waist, and he's like kind of blurry eyed. He's like, and he looks up and he sees this creature, which was not the same man looking creature that he saw that day at the Lover's Lane, that he saw when he was hunting, which he didn't get a good look at that day. But this creature was black. And it was kind of gorilla faced, but not really. The way he described it to me, the way the upper lip came down and the way it looked, he said, if you took a chimp and a hyena and mixed the faces together. And he said this thing was standing there, and then it just like threw its arms up like this and like went toward him, like from across the room, like, running toward him with its arms up, like, and its mouth was open and he could see like fangs, And so he rolled out of the bed and crawled under the bed. And he says, I look under the bed and there's this giant wolf spider just right there. He goes, and I'm like, ugh. He goes, and then he goes, I heard this thing thud, and I looked under the bed, like I could see from under the bed. There was these feet that had like black nails, claws. And he goes, and it was walking toward the bed. He goes, and that spider crawled up on my hand. And he said, this all is happening at the same time. And he's like, I'm like kind of blowing on it, like, you know, he said, and then it like rears up its front, you know, and he's like, oh, dude, okay. He said, and then it bites him. When he started moving, it panic bit him and then ran off. And I don't know if you've ever been bit by a wolf spider, but they're all venomous. All spiders are. Yeah. It's not really deadly to humans, but it can be like a wasp sting or whatever. But it's not as bad as a tarantula. I can tell you that. People know that. But he said, dude, it was crazy. This thing like runs under, and then he goes, the spider ran out from under the bed and ran through the foot of this creature. And he's like watching it, and he's like, what the freaking hell? So he crawls back from under the bed, and he stands up, and he looks, and this thing is not there. There's nothing there. And then he runs around the other side of the bed, and he's kind of freaked out, thought, oh, I'm dreaming this. But the spider was real, and it was all terrified in the corner. And he's a nice guy. He took even though it bit him, he took a piece of paper and he got it and he flipped it out the window. And because wolf spiders are actually beneficial. They really are.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would probably do the same with the wolf spider.
Yeah, keep it around because even though it might bite you if you corner it or mess with it, like he was just chilling under the bed and he's like, who's this? Why are you here? And your hand kind of looks like a spider to them. Yeah. They'll bite your hand because they think it's another spider. I'm not even joking. So anyways, yeah, nombre. But so this thing, you know, it does what it does. And then he goes, the next day, he goes, I wake up and I feel fine. I took NyQuil. I went, because we had a little tank out there on the property. Went out there and went fishing with my buddy and his little son, you know, and they came out there. He's a 5-year-old and they're fishing, whatever. He goes, and Jaden, that's the son or whatever, he points and he goes, look. And he thinks it's a gorilla. He goes, look, a gorilla. And they're like, what? And they're looking, they don't see what he's talking about, but they do see trees being kind of moved around. And so him and David were like, what the heck is that? So they look at each other and they had a rifle with them and a handgun. And so Dusty grabs his rifle and he grabs his handgun and they start walking the other side. And they told Jaden, stay with us. And they get about the halfway mark or whatever, and they go to look. And sure enough, this creature comes out from between these two trees and it's just looking at them. And they both swore there was no way. Now, I didn't talk to David, I can't say, but he swore to him that this thing was inside of between those two trees. And it was the same description that Dusty had. He was like, dude, I saw it. This thing is real. And he's like, so they ran back to their 4-wheeler and took off back to the house. And he goes, and we were trying to get this farm going, you know. We had a little bit of, you know, we had a nice little garden. It was pretty big. Like we dedicated an entire acre to just a garden, you know. He's like, and then we were expanding the garden. He goes, and then we had animals too. He's like, and my wife comes out in the morning, about a week after all this, he goes, and she just screams. And there's something that was going on too while all of this was happening. She comes back inside, she screams bloody murder. He goes outside. Now, this is the part I'm telling you about that's graphic. One of their cats was unalived. And it was like somebody had just twisted it, you know, like, and it was thrown up on the porch. And they knew it wasn't the dogs. And the dogs were doing what they had been doing, which was hiding. And they had a big dog house that they could hang out in. And it was like, you know, it was made to where, you know, they could be cool in the summer, warm in the winter. And it was weird. He's like, the one dog they had for a long time, Smiles. And Smiles and his original name was Miles, but their friend's son kept calling him Smiles. So the name just stuck. And so it was just Smiles. And the dog lived to be 17. Oh, that's a long time for a dog. Yeah. And one of their cats lived to be 20. Oh, you got some long-lived animals. Well, and I'll tell you something. This is a little bit of a sidelight, but she made their own food. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She made their own dog food for them. She'd mix it up with the turkey and all this, and she would grind it up, and she had a grinder just for food for them. And she fed them with organic food and stuff that they hunted for and they raised. And Drew's a pretty funny guy. You're a pretty funny guy, Drew. And he's like, dude, they ate better than me. Go out there and I shoot a deer and she's giving them the best parts of the venison. And he talks, you know how Harley talks? Yeah. He kind of talks like him.
Yeah.
That's not true. Drew's like, man, them dogs and cats ain't better than me. Can't believe that. I go out there and shoot a deer, and I'm gonna take this deer, honey. She's like, okay, I'm gonna feed Maxwell. That's the cat. And I go up there and he's eating gourmet. And then he goes, I go up there, I'm looking at their food and I'm thinking there's carrots and peas in that. It looks like stew. I wanted to eat it. He goes, and so he goes, one time, he goes, she had some there on the counter and she had cooked it, because she didn't want them getting, germs or whatever. What do you call it? Worms, like parasites.
Yeah.
And he says, and I took a spoonful bite of it. He goes, it just needed a little salt. And she's like, don't be eating their food. He goes, look at they're eating better than we are.
It's perfectly
He's
edible.
like, we're broke. Having this baby. He goes, we had this baby that was just, it don't work. It's
Maybe don't pay no
a
bill.
funny guy. He's a really funny guy. He was fun to talk to. I enjoy talking to these people.
You're 17 months old now. You still don't have a job.
Like lazy bum.
Freak.
Back
You're
in my
two.
day,
When are
we
you
got.
gonna grow up?
Back in my day, we came out the womb with a monkey wrench.
It's ready to rock and roll, baby.
Lazy. I
No
was doing
pun
work in the womb.
So we're sitting there and we're talking, and he's like, these dogs and cats are eating better than me, And so he's a pretty funny guy. And I thought, man, if I come back, I want a person to be an animal. I want a person like that. Just take care of me. I could live to be 20 and just rule the roost, He said Maxwell was one of them cats. It was just, he was in charge. He was just in charge. And he said, you go to pet him, and if he wasn't in the mood, he'd put his paw up and go like this. And he'd go, okay, we're not going to pet you today. We're going to just go on. But he had this weird dynamic going on with the animals and with everything. He goes, and it would be great. But the cats would just freak out and start running around the house, shrieking for no reason. I mean, there is a reason, but And then the dog, Smiles, who would always try to come inside because it lived inside when they were living in town. They just had it in their apartment. He's like, it tried to come inside all the time. In this house, it did not want to go inside. And it didn't want to roam around on the property too much. And then they didn't want to go down to the pond with the skull retriever. It would always try to jump in the water. It wouldn't do it. It wouldn't do it. It would just hang out by the house. And it was like this darkness was over their house. One of the most terrifying things that happened was when their baby was born. She was walking to the car to take the baby to daycare. Now, the baby was already 2 years old at this point. And this was really terrifying. The whole time this was going on, there was this creature or whatever this was in the house that was it would get on top of her. And I told her exactly what that was. I was like, that's an incubus. She goes, yeah, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure, Now, whether or not it was the same creature that just had a different look to it, I don't think it was. I think it was something else. But she was attacked by the creature that looked like the one that she saw the day at the Lover's Lane. And she thinks this is the one that was stalking around outside, throwing feces and meat at the walls of their house. They went on a trip one time to visit some relatives in Georgia. And when they did, they had Dusty and his wife take care of the house. His wife, Laurel, who was on the phone talking to something about an insurance claim or something, she sees this creature come up and throw this big wad of what they think is feces at the screened-in porch, and some of it got through and got on her. And she said it smelled so bad she couldn't stop vomiting.
Ugh.
So it was like she ended up going to take a shower, and it was still stinking on her. And when they went back home and their dog had come, I forgot his name, but their dog, Basset Hound, he had come, and he wouldn't go near her. He was running away, and he ended up running outside and going on the porch with the other 3 dogs. They were just living under the porch, and they couldn't get him out. And so the dogs were just, and the crazy thing was, before all of this, the 2 dogs didn't really get along too well. The one that was chained up didn't get along with Ajax. So they had a kind of a beef. And I don't remember that dog's name, but this creature, she described that it was the exact same thing that Dusty had seen and the thing that they had seen at the Lover's Lane. So Devin was getting in the vehicle, and this creature, she feels something yank her, and she turns and looks, and it's standing right there. She's like, it had these weird, nasty looking teeth that were kind of like sharp. like little triangles. And she said that it yanked her by her hair, and it was like going, and it was growling like that. And she pulled away, and it just like pulled the bun out of, her hair down and took a chunk of her hair out. And she was screaming at the top of her lungs because she's holding this almost 2-year-old baby. And she's just like, I'm about to take it to the daycare because my mother was sick. I couldn't take it. So she's like, we luckily for us, she's like, our parents were retired and they were willing to take care of the kids, but they didn't have a babysitter all the time. So sometimes they had to resort to daycare. And so she said that they had a lot of problems with this child trying to get it to go to sleep. And one time they went into the bedroom and there was this black figure that looked like the Grim Reaper. It was standing looking at the baby, and it turned and faced them. Drew remembers it looking kind of like a skeleton up here at the top of the face. Mm-hmm. She doesn't remember anything but like white on the face. So that can be common. A lot of times people say, well, they don't even have the same description. No shit. Because people see different things when they look at the same creature. Now, that's another people that try to knock the paranormal and say that it doesn't exist. That's what they do. They try to say, well, why do two different people see it and say that it's a different creature? Because that's what it does. And people, and I'm going to explain that to you right now. So if somebody tries to confront you with that bull crap, you can tell them, look, you can miss me with all that because I'm going to tell you this. People see it in different levels. Some people can go further into that, what it looks like. Mm-hmm. And some people don't. And some people don't even get a good look at it, She came in there after Drew had yelled and was rebuking it in the name of Christ, because by this point they had started doing that because their preacher had come over and he got I wouldn't call it choked. They were calling it choked, but I don't think it was like really choked because there wasn't a hand around it. He just couldn't breathe. He was suffocating. Mm-hmm. And then he walked out and said, I can't do this. I'm getting choked, and I can't breathe. And so he recommended to them to just keep praying and whatever. So they're not Catholic, but they sought out a Catholic priest from a friend of theirs. Their friend David's wife was Catholic. And so she came around and told them, hey, whatever. And then Judy had told them, because her boyfriend at the time was Catholic. So they got together and they ended up bringing this priest in. And he said, I can't do anything about this. The rosary that he was holding was yanked out of his hand, and it put a big old red mark on his hand. And he said nothing like that has ever happened to him. And he was out. He was done. The creature or creatures were continuing to do what they did. The hyena/chimp looking thing made another appearance when their firstborn son, was 5 or 6. She said she was like, it happened a couple different times. Things happened, but one time in particular, he was pushing a car, and their other child was 2, and he was trying to take it from the older child, and so he was running away from him. Something tripped him, and he fell, and 2 of his teeth went flying out. They're baby teeth, thank goodness. And he got up and he cried, and he kept talking about the hairy man pushing him down. And so she goes into the kitchen one day and she looks and she sees this thing squatted down looking out the window. And she was like, what the freaking heck? And then she says this thing like turned and looked at her. And then when it saw her, it kind of went ape-like sideways toward her, like scampering toward her. And then she ran out of the kitchen. It liked to hang around in the kitchen and in the washroom area, that area of the old part of the house. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't go into the new part of the house. None of this would go into the new part. It would just stay in that. So she said that she felt safe in her sewing room because this creature or creatures would not assault her or try to. The thing that would climb on top of her and try to do things to her, she said it felt scaly, like she couldn't see it. Yeah. And so this Bigfoot type creature that they had seen at the Lover's Lane, it tried to grab her by her hair and yank her. And when she pulled loose, it just like face palmed her and knocked her into the car, which she closed the door with her foot. She's like, it was like by the grace of God. And I got the baby into the car with me and I got away. And she's like, and Drew had already gone to work. She's like, I'm screaming for my life. She's like, and at this point, she's like, the dogs did something that they hadn't done in a long time. They did their job. And she's like, and they all came from underneath the house and ran at this creature, and he was fighting with them. And she's like, I wanted to help them so bad. She's like, I had this handgun that I thought, if I shoot this 8-foot tall creature with this thing, it's just going to make it mad, you know? But she's like, she got further down the driveway and she felt compelled. She's like, I needed to protect my baby, but I needed to protect my other babies too. So she got out and she fired a couple shots, and she absolutely, the second shot hit it in the shoulder, and she saw blood. There was blood. It wasn't the weird goo or
just regular red blood.
Yeah, regular blood, or this marshmallow cream that we've heard of. You know, It was blood. And she said it kind of went like that, and it stopped and looked at her, and she's like, well, unfortunately, I shot it with a 38, which isn't enough to do anything but make it mad. So then it just lets out this roar, and the dog, one of them, is hanging off of its arm. That's the one that's always chained up because he was really mean. He had a weird name like Cerberus. It's not Cerberus, but it was something like that. It was like some kind of name.
A fierce name. Man.
Yeah, it was like this real. Dang, I wish they would message me and tell me what, because it drives me nuts. I remember the name of it. But anyway, it had this weird like name to it. Dang it! It was like a Greek.
Oh,
name.
Greek.
But he was mean. He was mean as hell, and he was literally. They think he was Canes Corso and Rottweiler. So he was a big, mean dog, and he was on this guy's arm, this thing, whatever. It was man-like, you know, more than ape-like. And it took off running out into the brush, and the dogs were chasing after it. And I guess their instincts kicked in because they were protective of the baby. And, of course, Smiles, you know, he was doing what he could. He's not really a fighter. But she's like, they were going after him. And she said that I was very proud of him. And she goes, and I shot at it a couple more times just for good measure. She's like, and then I got into the vehicle and I took off. And she's like, and I get to work. She goes, and by the time I get to work, I'm late and it's a mess. She's like, and so she's like, just on a whim, I had told my immediate supervisor a little bit about what had been going on, not a lot. She brings me one of the doctors who's in charge of that wing where she was at. And this doctor, who's a very prominent doctor, he comes to her and he says, I got a question for you. Can we talk? And she says, yeah. So they go into this office, they start talking, and she's like, he tells her, he says, so this is going to maybe sound weird, but you know, I'm going to ask this. Did you say you saw a Bigfoot? And she was like, yes. And he goes, holy crap. He goes, one time me and my wife were driving from Memphis to Nashville, and we saw this thing run across the road. And it literally was carrying like a big old log over its shoulder. And he's like, it was like 11 o'clock at night. And he's like, so he told her a story about it. He said, but you know, it was weird. He goes, after that, we had like this string of bad luck, like a bunch of bad things happened to us, you know? And so I don't know if that, you know, it meant anything, whatever, but her words were, you know, she didn't know if it really meant anything, but she said it made her feel better to know that one of the doctors and even one of the nurses had a Bigfoot encounter. And so she was like, I thought, at least I'm not alone in this. I'm not just the only person. And I asked her the same question, and I interviewed as many people as I could, at least through email. Not all of them could get on the phone with me. Dusty, I talked to. He had this weird take on this. Now, he says that he said this thing is definitely a demon, what he thinks. Because he stayed at that house a few times when they would travel. He said that he believes, and he has a friend in upstate New York who I'm going to be getting in touch with next week. And oddly enough, her name is Madeline. Okay. Yeah, like the little weirdo that hangs around us. You know?
Oh, the little monkey king?
What you call her?
Little monkey king?
The monkey king. Well, people was, I ain't gonna think you're really insulting her, but the monkey king was actually badass.
So
we got to get back to insulting her. It's a Duende.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Hold on one second, folks. All right. So now we all crack on each other all the time, man. You ask Score, boy, we tore his ass up yesterday. It was brutal. He's mad at us. Aren't you, Caesar? And by me Caesar, I mean like the guy that looks kind of like that. Caesar. He doesn't want to get messed with. No, but this woman, Madeline's going to get in touch with me. And you don't need to fight the imposter, Madeline. She's like 67 years old. Chill out, okay? She's not going to be fighting you. But it's a friend of Dusty's mother, basically, a family friend. And she got remarried at the age of 62. So you can find love even when you're older. But she had to move to upstate New York to go live with her man. And so she had encounters down there in that area. And she had encounters from the time she was a teenager. So we're going to be talking to Madeline about that and see if maybe she'll come on the show. If not, then she can't tell it, like, you know, whatever. It's so much easier, though, to get people to talk about it if you don't put them on the spot. And a lot of times people can't retell their encounters. Now, the lady yesterday was very good at retelling her encounter. That's what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. So this creature decides that it's going to split into multiple different creatures that are all aspects of the one creature. This is what Dusty believes. And I'll tell you why. He said he was in the shower and he got out of the shower and he goes and he saw this thing walk down the hallway. And he was like, holy crap. And he thought he was the only one in the house because he was house sitting and they were not there. They were in Arkansas, the Drew and Devin. And they actually were at the football game, the Kentucky Wildcats playing Arkansas, whatever. And I don't remember what year they said it was or whatever, but they went to go watch because they had tickets and their friends lived in Arkansas. And so they were in Little Rock. So they said, you know what, we'll go to the game. We'll root for different teams and hang out for a few days. He said, you know, and so they went there and they went to the game and they were pleasantly surprised by how peaceful it was. Because sometimes when they would travel to other cities or states or whatever, something would follow her and it would actually antagonize her. And Devin would never felt like she was really alone. This incubus type creature was going after her. So what ends up happening is this thing that Dusty saw when he got out of the shower, it was walking down the hallway. He goes, and then right after that, he sees another one and then another one. Then when he gets out of the shower and he goes back to the guest bedroom where he was staying and his girlfriend was already at work, he sees this thing standing there vibrating. And as it's vibrating, it looks like 2 or 3 of them are kind of going like this. They're fading in and out of this one individual. And you would say, well, that's it. Case closed. Problem solved. We now know that it's one creature that's probably been stalking and messing with them since day one, even though the people that lived there before said the house was haunted and that they had some very weird things happen and that they would hear these heavy thuds and that whatever it was would stomp around in the kitchen and it had broken up all the tile in the kitchen. So when they bought the place, there was an elderly couple there. It was in disrepair. They said that this entity destroyed the flooring. It was so heavy and dense. That's a weird thing. That's a very weird thing. But it was doing it now to them in this house or with this new couple, you know?
Yeah.
And so it would have made perfect sense. Hey, you know, whatever. But Dusty says, so I said, so that's what it was then. It was this creature was just manifesting itself. And he says, or there was multiple creatures kind of like demons linked together. He goes, yeah. He's like, and I saw it straight up. But then I woke up. And I said, okay. So I said, you're kind of giving me a headache here, man. So I said, all right, look, kid, you're telling me that this is what it is, but then you woke up. But we know here at PRT now, we're not the average. No, they didn't really know it was haunted when they bought it. The people that live there were kind of like, full disclosure, you know, we think there might be a ghost here. That's not really full disclosure. I mean, you don't have a damn ghost.
Like half disclosure.
You're basically saying like, you know, this person likes guns. And then you find out it's the mass shooter in Las Vegas. Okay, look, that's not you.
It's a bit of an understatement.
Yes, they do like guns. They definitely do, along with their communist manifesto and whatever else.
Believes in the Second Amendment.
This guy has like a compound out near Waco, and he has a bunch of friends that just don't leave. They just kind of have to stay there with him. And the ATF kind of got involved, and there was a whole thing. It was this whole crazy thing.
Man can't even have hobbies these days.
Then you find out that it's David Koresh, and it's the Davidians, and they're like, "We're not coming out." Yeah, that you didn't tell me that part. You didn't tell me that he was the only one allowed to breed with these, women and all this other stuff. He's a prophet. He's Jesus or whatever. What were you saying, Tony?
I was gonna say this guy likes playing with vehicles a little bit. He goes by Killdozer.
Yeah. So you got this kind of a half-ass disclosure. Now here in Texas, and we talked about this at our little get-together on Saturday, my Uncle Jimmy. You have to disclose if someone was murdered in the house here in Texas. That is the current law. You don't have to tell them if a person died. Well, I don't know the laws and rules at that time in Kentucky, but someone did die there. And someone else did die there, and someone else did die there. And I don't mean in the house, but on the property. And it used to be used to be one big property. Now it was partitioned off into 3 different places. But the place to the left and the right and to the sort of north west of them was just land. It was just being used as farm. They were farming a little bit of land right there. There was a little bit of land that was usable, and then there was this other land that was just bottom land. And people that owned that just used it to go hunt. That's it. It was like a lease, And so they didn't live there. But during deer season and dove hunting, they would be hunters and stuff down. You hear them shooting and stuff. And they got to know some of them, and they let them come up and use their secondary tank that they use for some of their animals, and they let them go over there and post up or whatever, because that's where these geese and stuff would fly, And so they would hunt, and even though it was on their property, they didn't care. They would just like go ahead, and they would if they shot some, they would give them some. That was the trade-off. But like I said, good people aren't always transactionary. It's not like, well, I'll let you do this if you do this.
Yeah,
you always got to give me something. What am I giving you? To give you something. What do you give me? I'll give you some, well, I want $50 and, I want, 30 free passes. I'll give you 50 slaps and 30 punches. How about that? Mr. Transaction. And, stay away from people like that, because if they're not going to do anything for you, then you do something for them. Now, I know that some people become transactionary with certain individuals because you have to, because those people will just rob you blind, take advantage of you. So then that's a different story. I'm not talking about that. Me, Tony, and Anthony have all had to do that with a certain somebody in our family.
Yeah.
I'm not mentioning any names, but, his name starts with, I'm not going to say it. I want to say it so bad.
Yeah.
His name starts with the letter of the alphabet.
But, and it's not Deer Scorpion, okay? It's not any of those guys. It's somebody else is related to us. But you have to be transactionary with him because he's just that way. Because he ain't going to do it for you, you don't do it for him. And I didn't raise him that way, so I don't know, but he's that way. So
I love the guy, but
I love him too. I mean, he's my nephew.
The way he is just annoying.
Yeah, he's just the way he is. I mean, he's it's going to be that way. You got to deal with it. But so these people become transactionary, or whatever. But so they're not really that way. They're really nice, and so these hunters became really cool with them. And one of them they went to school with. Most of them they knew, they knew them. And one of these guys they went to school together until he moved to a county over, So he was bringing some pheasants up there, to the porch or whatever birds it was at that time, and they traded, And he goes, we had this neighbor who would trade us these goose eggs. I don't know if you've ever had goose eggs, but man, they can be. It is interesting to say the least. They taste like very irony. You know what I mean? Like they're full of iron.
Yeah, I've never had one.
They're big, and the shell is very hard. Because it's weird. It's a contrast between them and like a turkey egg, which I've had too. A friend of ours had wild turkeys that would roam around on their property, and then some of them just kind of became tame and began to roost. And so over the years, you know, when I was young, I would eat the turkey eggs. I liked them better because they seemed lighter than the chicken eggs. You know, the fresh, we get fresh chicken eggs from the ranch, but I mean, like, but the goose eggs are just, it's an acquired taste. You got to really get used to it.
Okay.
You know, and so.
Is the texture the same?
No, it's not. I think the yolk is like orange.
Huh.
And then I had it with liver, which is, I hate liver.
Gross.
It's so nasty. My great aunt and uncle made it one day when I was young because they had these goose, and one of them, Robin, that was her name. She was so freaking mean, but she never messed with me. She hated my cousin though. My cousin Donnie got chased by her all the time. Of course, he was fighting with all the animals out there. He was nuts. But yeah, and then, you know, Nick the rooster would follow her around. Like he liked her, and I think he thought she was just a big chicken.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Hey, girl, what's up?" And then you come around, and he'd be like, trying to spur you, you know, and you're like, "Get out of here, you bastard!" You know, you were talking about Nick the other day with Kim, my cousin. But yeah, it was weird. It was so they would trade. So he said we had these goose eggs. He goes, "I don't really like them." So he goes, "I would leave them out on the porch, and the dogs would eat them typically." He's like, "I didn't want to tell them, oh, I don't want these goose eggs, you know." And my wife did not really like them. So we left a basket of them out on the porch. He goes, and then like an hour later, they were gone. He's like, and I know it wasn't the dogs because Smiles was inside the house, which he didn't like being. But he was getting old and kind of feeble and going blind. He's like, and then the other two dogs were with me, and we were down by the tank. And like these hauntings that go on, it doesn't happen like all the time. It's like I said, it's never the Amityville Horror 24/7. Now it might be Amityville Horror, you know, and it'll happen in spurts. And that this was no different. He said it was like the wintertime, there would be a lull, but then toward the end of winter, it would get really bad. And then it would ramp up and going into spring. Then in the summertime, it would kind of die back down. And then in the fall, it would just go nuts again. Then it would kind of die off until the late when there was this pattern, you know, and it was no different for us in the haunted house we lived in, me and my brother. We had the same kind of situation where it would be okay. And then it would go bananas, cuckoo bananas, and then it would chill out. And, but this was what was going on there. And one of the problems that he had too, he goes, there was no way to like really judge exactly when or where he would strike. Now he had this other thing happening too. There were human-looking spirits that were in that house. One of which, this gives me the chills when I talk about it. He said there was this woman who would come running through the house. She was like looking back, and it kind of like it was. I've studied hauntings extensively, like really extensively. This to me was absolutely a residual haunting, because she would come running through the front door, which was right there by the kitchen where you came through, because the house was facing like the opposite way. You would pull up and go in through the back.
Yeah. And
the front was where the front door was, which was facing out over this really pretty.
It's one of those front doors that barely ever got used.
Nobody uses that because the front door, it's facing the opposite way. Yeah. And it's really pretty if you're driving up from the road, you see the front, and then when you kind of loop around, and you see it. And it was like this gray house. She's like, we had this like siding on it. We redid the whole thing. She's like, and then it was very pretty. And then the back, there was this little cobblestone pathway. And she said that we had these really pretty plants out there. And she's like, and then everything started to die. It just started to die. It didn't stay. And she said there was this woman that would run through their house, like clutching her throat. And she would run into the bathroom, and then she'd be gone. She said this happened about half a dozen times.
Happening like the exact same way every time.
Every time,
it looked
like
the same.
She's running through the house. Yeah,
and she wouldn't acknowledge anyone else's presence, right?
But that same, what looked like the same spirit would acknowledge them at times.
Oh, okay.
But not when she was doing the choking thing. And so she looked like somebody who was like distraught, like somebody like she was choking to death. Not that somebody was choking her, but like she was choking. And then they found out that there was a woman, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, that died in that house. And so they didn't know whether it was asphyxiation or anything like that. They didn't know.
It's sad if it's someone stuck on some kind of spiritual time loop or something.
I don't think it is. I think that was just an impression, I think. And then they saw her, though, a couple other times because the boys would interact with her before their daughter was born.
Oh.
Then the daughter was like out of her crib. They had a camera that they put up because the daughter kept getting out of her crib and they didn't know how she was doing it. It wasn't anything supernatural. She could just crawl. She could climb.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, I forgot the daughter's name. I think it's Courtney or Chris. I'm sorry, I didn't really trying to get the full on notes or whatever. So if I don't remember the name, I'm sorry, not to the audience, but to the people, because y'all don't care. But I mean, it's just I want to get it right. So the daughter was climbing out, and she would kind of be dangling, but without fail, she would fall, and then she wouldn't hit the ground. It's like she would fall and then she would kind of slow down and then drop.
So she wouldn't hit it with full force.
Yeah, and there would be like this, like something would grab her, like stop her. And so she had this dream. I say she, being Devin, she had this dream of this woman who came to her. And we know from past shows and things like that, and I'm going to talk a little bit about another case that we were covering that kind of ties into this. Remember we were talking about Brad, and Brad had the encounter with the bear man, or what they call the bear king. So Brad had that encounter, and here in Texas, right here, and there's this legend of this creature called the Bear King, which inspired the song that my wife wrote. And this thing, when it came at him, like later on, he ended up having an encounter with what he believes was a deceased spirit. Like spirits are spirits, but this one was of a deceased man. And he knocked on his window, and he opened his eyes, and he sees this man standing there. And this man, he opens the window, and then he realizes he's dreaming. Like, it's very vivid though, right? Vivid and lucid, two different things. People get that mixed up. Lucid is a dream that you can actually kind of control. And this is kind of in between. The vivid is just you remember it very vividly. And this was both. But he was talking, and this man whose face had looked like it had been like a claw or something had tore into him. He had this big scar on his face. And he was holding this old musket, like an old rifle. And he says that this man introduces himself. He goes, I can't remember the guy's name. But he tells him, he says, look, man, he goes, you need to be careful. He's like, the thing has seen you now, and it's going to come after you. And he's like, what do you mean? He goes, you saw it. And he's like, this, he shows him his face. He's like, this is a stark reminder. He's like, you need to look at my face. So he goes, I studied it, and I looked at it. And he says, and then when he turned his head, this part was just all gone. It was good. And he's like, I am a victim. He goes, but I don't let it stop me. He's like, but I'm warning you. And he goes, and I warn others. Interesting thing about that is that this exact same scenario played out on the other side of the devil's backbone by another woman who told me about this from Blanco, that was introduced to me by Shane Hutchins, who told me that there was a woman that had had a dream about a creature after she had seen it near the river, near Blanco. And she said that this creature she had gone to Wimberley. If you've never been, it's really interesting. The first weekend of every month, they do this big like outdoor sale, like market. Yeah. They have almost 400 vendors there. It's unbelievable. So the whole city just turns out it's
a nice place.
Yeah, the town square, and it's right there on the river, and it's really pretty. And so people go and they walk around. So this woman was coming back from Wimberley, and she saw this bear-like creature, and it stood up, and it was so big that she said it was like it towered over her SUV. And her husband, who was like looking down because he had dropped his phone, and she's like, holy crap. And then he looks up, he catches a glimpse of it, and then it picks up what it was just carrying like a rag doll, which was a full-grown deer. And they said it looked like a person holding a small dog. And it just kind of was like running with it in its hand, and it just ran off of the road. And that road is very, it's treacherous, and on both sides, it's very steep drop off. And it just like ran and it jumped. And so the next week, she got a visit from this guy who people have claimed to have seen this dude. Not really got a good look at his face, but there's this like mountaineer looking guy. What would you call it? Like a pioneer looking dude, you know, and he just walks around the Devil's Backbone, and people see him carrying a musket. But some people have encountered him up close, and they say his face is halfway gone.
Like a prospector kind of guy?
Yeah, like a prospector. Yeah, I don't know. But because there was prospectors in that area, because they found a little bit of silver, but nothing else. Now, the Confederate treasury, and of course, there's supposedly Spanish gold there too. It was bound for San Marcos to the mission. What the freaking heck?
Like in two different areas.
Yeah, that was weird. It's about 10. I don't think anybody's here now. Well, who knows? Just go look, see if there's anybody. But there was this Spanish gold that was bound for the missions of San Marcos and the El Camino Real, which juts off and goes east, goes toward Apache Pass, which was, you know, so they would give the missions, you know, money and supplies so that they could barter and trade and whatever. And so it got robbed by Comancheros and their Comanche allies, and they supposedly absconded with it, but they don't believe that's what happened because somebody found a few gold coins near a creek, and they believe that the Spanish, when they had gotten attacked that night, the ones that were left, they buried it rather than lose it to these outlaws. So supposedly in a place called Little Arkansas. Now, Little Arkansas is now owned by Texas State University. Imagine that. Somebody finds a few coins, and the next thing you know, they're buying up 400 and something acres.
How convenient.
Or 4,000 acres, whatever. 400 or 4,000, something like that. They bought up a big chunk of it.
We like trees, that's all.
And they fenced it off with like a big, tall fence and said, you can't come here. Next thing you know, they're doing all kinds of renovations and expanding the thing, and it's you know, and you're like, wow,
digging up a lot of earth.
Money.
Yeah.
And then they changed the name from Southwest Texas State to Texas State. They're like, we're now Texas State, and we're now Texas's rival. And we're like, really? No, because you're not even A&M.
Yeah.
You need to chill yourselves out.
Slow your roll.
Calm down there, buddy. It's weird too. And now, if you're a guy, you would love to go to Texas State University because you're outnumbered by females 8-1.
Yeah.
It was 4-1 when I was young.
I've always heard that about Texas State.
So I hung out in San Marcos quite a bit.
That's crazy.
I had like 4 ex-girlfriends from there. And so, yeah, I knew my way around San Marcos pretty well. So, you know, when I was a young man and, you know, and so a lot of women that, you know, there was a lot of women that wanted to date guys because there was no guys there. It was all women. Yes, they have scored. They've been giving Texas hell in baseball. I don't know why. They can't beat nobody else, but they can always try to beat Texas. Everybody wants to beat Texas, especially the Aggies, the little brother.
Even if they have a totally losing season, they'll.
Well, Aggies, their whole existence is around beating Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and they're always big and dopey and dumb. We saw one the other day at Target. He was like,
yeah.
And they look like Goonies, dude. And they're like, I'm an Aggie. You know, and yes, I'm making fun of you if you're from A&M. Stop being stupid. Stop being stupid. And stop pretending like it's some conservative school. Like 90% of your students are foreign, okay? There's more Indian students at A&M than there are at UT. So I don't know what you're talking about. There's a liberal school of Texas. And, oh, God forbid your dad fought in World War II because UT students will beat them up, right? Is that right? They're
going to have to change College Station to Calcutta Station.
Like, Calcutta Station is where we go to watch the football. They come out with cricket bats. That's not what happens. All right? That's it. And then I don't care. I don't have a problem with most Indian people are pretty peaceful, really. But people that make the distinction is the Pakistanis, not here, but over in Britain. They're the ones that are always fighting with the people.
Yeah.
They come here and they don't do that shit. They definitely don't do that here in Texas. I've never seen one act a fool here in Texas. Over there in Britain, they're over there slapping people and grabbing women off the streets. And you're like, That never happens here. Never.
Yeah, you don't see those SA gangs rolling around
They
here.
do not. They would get whooped so bad.
Whooped.
The ones that no, let me tell you though, the ones that have come over here and tried to do, like one of them used to box at our gym, and he was kind of bullshitting with this other guy talking about how, and there was this black dude I used to box with, Lenny.
Mm-hmm.
And Lenny told him, he said, "Man, I'll whoop your ass." I was like flat out, dude. And the guy's like, he recoiled and he goes, "I don't know where you come from, bro, but we'll beat your ass over here." He's like, just flat out told the guy. And I thought the guy was cool up to that point. He was talking about, he goes, "Yeah, man." He goes, "If I see a girl, I'm just going to grab her." And Lenny was like, "Well, you ain't finna grab my girl or whatever." And he was talking, because he was talking about this girl in the neighborhood we were at was a black neighborhood. And he was talking about a black girl.
Mm-hmm.
And Lenny's like, "I don't know what you talking about. I don't know where you do that at." Because he had been in London. And you come over here and you get your ass beat.
Yeah.
Get your ass beat nasty, embarrass your whole family just because you came between the kid and his candy and one candy. Any kind of do. Don't care if it's nutritious, FDA approved. You're going to get spazzed out like Bobcats on boost. A hyperactive juicer only I can produce. Deal the dry and drill. Go straight into hell. I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. I just beat your ass. How about that? But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not being politically correct to say that, but if you come here and you try to go around with that bullshit, you're going to get your ass whooped, okay? Because this is America, and this is Texas, bro. Okay? Because something bad's going to happen to you.
This is not the place for that.
This is not the place for that. My jeweler's from Pakistan. He even told me, he was like, "Yeah, some of these guys come over here. They come from England."
Yeah.
Because I won't hire them because they're over there used to being bullies, and they come over here. He goes, and one of them used to work for him. And he was talking shit to a guy, and that dude just reached across the counter and slapped the shit out of him. And he was like, "Holy shit," because the British won't do that. They're like, "Oh, no, don't do that."
Yeah.
Every now and then you'll get one that ain't worried about the police and everything else. Over here, people will smack you or shoot you and then deal with the consequences. And I'm just telling you, if you come to Texas, don't do that. Don't play that bullshit here, man, because these people here, you're liable to get into some shit just for driving bad.
You either have
I'm not joking, man.
You either have Southern hospitality or it'll get beaten into you.
Southern hospitality or Southern hostility.
I was at Rudy's barbecue several years ago, and I was standing there, and Anthony, I think you were with me, and that's one guy says, "Morning." And this guy, he was obviously foreign. I don't know where from. I didn't even, and he just looks at him and he goes, "Morning." And the guy goes, "Oh, okay." And he was just like, "Around here we say morning. That means you," and then you answer. And the guy was just like he didn't know what to say. And I
good morning, stupid.
I was going to speak up and say, "Well, he's some foreign or whatever." But here they don't give a shit. Yeah. If you don't speak Texan, get the F out. They don't care. And it's just like when Lenny told that guy, he goes, "Man, I'll beat your ass." And of course, Lenny's a heavyweight, and that guy's like a middleweight. And I was like, "What did he say?" And his name was Khan. But I told him, I said, "That's a stupid thing to say. That girl's so hot, you're going to go grab her." I was like, "Where the hell do you do this at?" And he said, "London." I said, "You do that in London?" I said, "But this is Montopolis in Austin, dude. And this is a predominantly Hispanic and black neighborhood. And if you even talk to one of these girls over here, you're going to get shot." I was just very blunt about it, dude. This is gangland, dude. I don't know where the F. He was like, "Well, when it goes in a gang," I was like, "Yeah, you sound like you were in a gang. You sound like you're like, I was in the gang when I was in England. We were the puffy
jackets. We carried around butter knives.
It was named after a cereal, Puffy Crisps. And we were so violent and so naughty." And you're like, dude, I don't know where the hell what kind of bullshit, because, and ultimately he did. He got into a fight with this guy, Oscar. He was a boxer there. And Oscar, he was one of the Spadas. And the Spadas were tough boxers. And I mean, he just got annihilated, and that dude like drove him into and he was like some really good boxer over there where he came from. I mean, they were like, "Oh, this guy's tough." He's showing us some videos of him beating up some of the British boxers, and I'm like, I mean, he fought like a guy that was kind of a newcomer. He got the shit beat out of him, and I'm like, that's just a different level, bro. I'm not trying to bag on the British or anything, but like, get your shit together and do what we did when y'all mess with us. Start a revolution. Get rid of that shit. I'm just giving you some advice. Stand up and start whooping some ass, or fall into the chasm of history. you know. And I had this guy, Anthony knows the story too. He pulled some shit on us. He sold his little brother a bracelet. Remember that?
Yeah.
What did I do? The lady tried to tell me, nothing I can do for you. I was like, nothing you can do for me? I think you can. I say, because I'm finna break this glass. How about that?
Yeah, and you were like, yeah, there is something you can do for me. You took him to the back of his own shop and made him make it right.
I grabbed him by his arm and his fat. The woman, I told her to get out of the way. I didn't want to be mean to her, but she's being stupid. And I grabbed him by his arm and I pulled him. And I was a little different person back then. I'm the same person. I'm just being honest. I was a better person, but I'm not gonna take your shit. And his little derby hat, and I knocked it off his head. And I said, look, you know what I'm going to do to you? I basically did the Joe Pesci thing. I'm like, I'm going to fucking put your head through this glass. You know why? Because I'm freaking stupid, and I don't give a shit. I don't care about the security. I don't care about the cops. I don't give a shit. You're going to replace this freaking bracelet. And you find one that's not copper. I don't know how that happened. I don't either, and I don't give a shit. But it came from you. And the young lady here sold it to him last weekend. Get us another one. And it better be real. Or what's going to happen to you is going to be really real. Because, you're keeping it real, right? Okay, well, when keeping it real goes wrong, this is what's about to happen. So we ended up going around the corner. He had a jewelry store right there. I didn't realize that kiosk was an extension of that. And we went to the back, and I was like, give it to me. And he gave me one. He goes, well, this one's a little big. I don't give a shit how much it weighs more, whatever the freaking F, And I just grabbed it, and I walked out. And he's like, well, it's at least I don't give a shit. You're causing me problems. $100, shove it up your ass.
It's a tax.
And I
We
told
could
him,
have talked about
this is
that if you were
America.
being decent.
I said, dude, I made people back in the day pay a friendship tax. You had to pay for the pleasure of my company. You just sit down at my table. You better buy me drinks and give me something. Because back then I was very transactionary. And I told this guy, I have no use for you. And I left. And he was Gujarati. I remember that. They like to play games with I'm not into that shit. And people say, oh, you're not politically correct. You talk about people, and I'm going to tell you who's going to be doing what, because I'm going to tell you the truth. And gypsies, they don't want to work. They stand on the corner, and they want to get free shit. Go to work. And there's a bunch of them. There's all kinds of people that pull shit on us. And I'll tell them the same thing. You're not born here. You're not from here. You're a guest. Stop acting like you own the place. We're already parasitized as it is. We don't need more bullshit. Because the enemy within has let the enemy from without through into the gates, to the front gates. So that being said, we'll go back on track. But I don't take their shit. And it shocks me when I see them mouthing off and these British people just taking their shit. They would get stomped into a greasy little stain over here.
Like, it's just, you people have conquered most of the known world. You had one of the strongest navies ever. To see what it's become and see like how they just are being bullied on all sides and they just do nothing about it. It's just
what gets me is how they were so able to, go to war and mess with all of their neighbors, fight wars with France, Spain, Germany, and everybody else, and oppress all of they oppress the Welsh,
Ireland,
the Scottish,
Scotland.
and the Irish, but they're bending over and taking it from these people, and you're like, you disgust me. I mean, get out of here.
Here's the thing, though. It'd be one thing to fail. It's another thing to not try, and they don't try. That's the part that kind of annoys me. And like, it's understandable if they were actively trying to mitigate the problem, but then they just can't do it. But they go up there and they act like, no, this is the right thing to happen, that we're getting bullied and beaten up and assaulted and attacked. Shameful behavior.
Yeah. And I got a lot of friends from across the pond, dude, and they've told me like that's horrible. Most of them live out in the country, the countryside. They don't. You go to London or even Paris, and it just looks like Africa, or take your pick, North Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa. Either way, it's overrun with people who aren't from there. And I'm not trying to be bigoted or racist. I'm just honest. But by the same token, you go to certain African countries and it's just Chinese people all over the place. And they oppress the shit out of them. And you're sitting there going like, why are all these different people in all these different people's countries? Like Singapore. There's every type of person in the world there. You would even know that it's just run, other than the police that are run by the Asian people. you go there and it's such and I've been there. It's such an international city, and you're just like, good grief, man. This is not natural. It's not normal. But yeah, I'm just, and I tell these people that come over here, I have a lot of friends that are foreign, and a lot of them gravitate toward me because I know a lot about their cultures, and I can even speak a little bit of their language. If I'm not fluent in it, I still know some. And so I can hit it off pretty good with them, and they're kind of lonely because they only have their little communities and they don't really know a whole lot else, But I tell people, I warn them, I say, be careful here in Texas because there's some straight up bad people. And I don't mean like bad, evil people, like bad dudes that ain't going to take your shit. Like, I'm a nice guy, to a degree. But yeah, somebody says, I thought the Chinese came to Africa for their resources. Yeah. It's oppression. That's what they're doing. I was there. I've been there twice to 2 different places.
I mean, why do you think there's mines all over the place and they get like 10 cents for
countries.
1,000? They get like 10 cents for like 1,000 pounds of the most valuable resources that all these countries
because they're taking
want.
advantage of people because they're mostly illiterate
Yeah.
and they're not really intelligent. So they go over there and they just, they're very third world. And so they go over there and they just take everything. The Indian people who live down there, in particular, are there because of the British. And which Pakistan was once just Western India, and that a lot of that was taken over by the British. So a lot of the people that came to support the British Commonwealth, long story short, they were from the region of what is now Pakistan. But anyways, I digress. We're getting back into this. We end up having this encounter that we were talking about, and to put a bow on it, it's not going on now because they did a ceremony. They had a Native American that came over and basically told them what they were dealing with, which was this like nature spirit that had been there for a long time on that land, and it roams around that whole area. But that land was also cursed by former natives. I'm not going to say who they were because they might dispute it and say that's not true, but that's what we were told. And he said that it was cursed because Kentucky, they do call it the dark and bloody ground. It is. And I'll tell you why, because it's overrun with cave systems. And so I believe that these creatures live within these cave systems, and they're also a subnatured being, meaning that they come in and out of our reality. And so you have this weird energy that's there. You can't really put your finger on it, but it's dark, and the dream that Dusty had. Now, what was that? Was that a dream, or was he seeing something in this that was, and he said it was very much like a dream, but very vivid and lucid at the same time. But he said that it was so real. It felt like it was real. And then he got up and took a shower, and it was almost like he was doing it all over again. It was the exact same thing. He had deja vu, which I've talked about, jamais vu. And jamais vu is where you have that disconnect. And now that was happening to these people too. Now remember, I've talked about this on the show. And jamais vu, which I may have talked about it on the night where there wasn't as many people in the chat, so you may not remember it. But it's basically the opposite of deja vu, where deja vu, you go to a place and it's like you've been there before. So you feel like, oh, I've done this before, I've been here before. Jamais vu is the opposite. You're doing something you've done before, where you've been before, maybe even 1,000 times, and you're feeling like this disconnect where you feel like I've never been here, I've never done this, I don't know what this is, and then you have this weird like encounter or whatever. Yes, Archangel. Yes, Texas would probably be. I would say in the running of the top 5 at least. New Mexico and Texas, I think they run all the way across the country. You can see there's like these 3 main arteries, and Texas is one of them, and it just runs through it. But it goes all the way down below the Rio Grande. A friend of mine who's a former, I have a few friends that used to work as Border Patrol, but 2 in particular. One of them used to co-host with me. Chris James, Strange Things with Chris James. That's his podcast. Strange Things with Chris James, right?
Yeah.
But there was another guy that I was friends with, and he had told me that they found when they were trying to close down these tunnels, they have tunnels that run below the river.
Whoa.
Like they dug them up so deep that they go below the river, Rio Grande. And then that some of them caved in and they went down further, and there are caves that just go for miles and miles of nothing into South Texas. So what was there that made these caves? Something was there at some point that made these caves. They look like they've been dug out. And they go all the way up to like just south of Corpus, these caves. So this magnetic, resonance, whatever they call it, they did this, and they've mapped some of them out. Now I'm sure they're not, they're not telling us everything, but he was saying that he knew that they did that, that's what they were. Now that's alleged. I don't know, but So then we have this weird. Kentucky is such a weird state. You have this weird dynamic there too. The Bigfoot looking creatures, they don't all look the same, but there's a multitude of them. And in different regions of Kentucky and Tennessee. Kentucky and Tennessee, especially southern Kentucky, is more like Tennessee. Northern Kentucky is more like Ohio. You got that weird kind of Ohio sort of, they're more. Kentucky is one of those in-between states that's very much like the in-between countries I talked about, like Austria. It's like a mixture of Italian and German. Belgium is a mixture of Dutch, German, and French. It's not really, doesn't really have its own identity. It's really, they speak, most people in Belgium speak 3 languages. Depending on which region you're from is the most dominant. If you're from the West, you speak more French. If you're from the East, you speak more German.
It's kind of like Kazakhstan. They're kind of like
all those countries have in-between countries. Yeah. That are kind of they kind of bleed into each other and they become something else. Same thing with states. Kentucky really is. It was not it was sympathetic to the south, the further south you went, and it was sympathetic to the north, the further north you went. Kind of cracks me up though whenever people say, "Well, I'm a son of the South," and they're like from Illinois or northern Kentucky or Ohio. It's like you are not a son of the South. A true son of the South. It's from the South. Okay, so don't say that you are just because you like Leonard Skinner. That doesn't make you a son of the South. But you start to see like the in between. It's kind of an in between state. It wasn't technically a union. It was technically a union state, but it sent soldiers to both sides, and it was very sympathetic to the South because they were slave owners in the South. So. And it wasn't just slave owners. There were people who just didn't want the federal government having absolute control over everything. Free bird and Waffle House. Exactly. Wow, that's crazy. So DN says, I watch his YouTube. Her channel is called Roaming Reckless. There's a place in Tennessee where has an Airbnb. Some guy had property in the cave. People paid to camp out inside the cave. I wouldn't do that crap. Simple. 2 words. Bell witch. I'm not doing that.
I'm good on caves. I've never liked them. Never been interested.
Man. That's how that whole thing started with some hairy beast, right? But when you start looking in into these cases, you will find a paranormal aspect that is really at the heart of it. Now, the average ape or Bigfoot researcher just wants the data from the Bigfoot creature, the one that grabbed Devon's hair that she got away from and shot at. And she, by her own admission, she's like, it was a lucky shot. She's like, I am not good. I'm not a good shot. But she shot at this thing. And there was another time where she went out onto the back porch, with both barrels and shot at one of these creatures that looked like the one that was like a chimp hyena looking thing, whatever it was, causing problems and whatever. And they didn't, lucky for them, their dogs were smart enough and strong enough to stay away. They didn't get taken. None of the other cats, the wild cats all disappeared. So we don't know about that. And the goose eggs disappeared that one day. And so there was, and something had gotten into their chicken coop and had unalived all their chickens one night. So that was pretty much the extent of that. A lot of times the animals will be targeted because they're not, you got to plead the blood of Jesus over them. You got to protect them spiritually. Otherwise they become a target. One of the things that bothers me too about this case is that it was what it was trying to, one of them, the creature's entities, was trying to throw itself on her all the time. That's a horrible aspect of this anytime. So anybody got any questions? Ultra thin humanoids. Yeah. Blues, grays, the whites. What are we talking about? Charles Center says, we're a family of 4 Bigfoots. You need to come on the show and talk about it, or send me your encounters.
You can buy them on Amazon, PJ Perry.
Like stickmen, not aliens. Okay, so that's a little bit of a different thing. I would say some of these entities are skinny. I don't know that they would be like stickmen. Some of the mantis-looking creatures have these like longer limbs. And then somebody says, why do imps appear around vampire sightings? I don't know. Why do they appear around where there's any kind of demonic activity? They're low-level bottom feeders. Why do you think? What do you guys think?
What are those fish that hang around great whites? And like the
lampreys or no? You're talking about the ones that stick on them?
Yeah, but there's some that like you'll see them like hanging or inside their mouths, and like they'll be hanging around the teeth, and you'll see them just slowly eating stuff. It's because they're cleaning them, and it's the same with these imps. It's like they don't bother. They're not like really familiars. They're just really more like they're making use of the energy that the vampire is not taking.
Mm-hmm. It's like a transactional relationship.
Scraps. They're going for scraps.
Yeah. Look, Amy Krill says remoras. So a couple things here. So we had a Goatman encounter, Dirk's Goatman encounter. Man, it was creepy too. But that we're probably not gonna be able to get into that tonight because it's a little bit longer of a story. And we have to get out of here by 11 tonight. I hate work, dude. Give us donations. Do it now.
Like pilot fish.
So we don't have to do this anymore. Go to PayPal, folks. We should do a telethon.
Like a Jerry Lewis telethon.
Yeah, Jerry Lewis. We need your help, folks. Come on now. We need a jet to fly around from our site to site so we don't have to drive our vehicles. It takes a lot of jet fuel to do this, folks. I'm telling you. The Bible. Give us donations.
Please.
Prayer requests. Give us donations.
I just got off the phone with the Lord, and He is telling me that to tell you to send $5.99.99 to our PayPal right now, or you will burn in hell forever and ever and ever.
If you would just send one small donation of $777, you could make sure that my second house gets paid for.
My third mortgage. What's funny is she says, well, that's definitely not boots on the ground. Well, some of these people that are calling boots on the ground, and somebody had asked the question, what these people's problem with Help and Holler is, if you're listening, is because they do real boots on the ground. So the fake boots on the ground guy was trying to get me to fight with him. And I'm stupid ass went after him because at that time, this is 2 years before the second conference, 2 years ago. And I stuck my foot in my mouth and said something because I stupidly believed that this guy, because I thought, who would be so brazen just to lie about something like that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I didn't believe that this guy was just that guy, but he is. He's a lying sack of shit. So, you know, do I remember Jimmy Swaggart? Of course I do. Kenneth Copeland? Of course I do. These are the people that take people's money.
Joel Osteen.
I had gotten my mom's friend off of John Hagee, but she went right back, watched some TV, and he's over there. He's got that cadence. Where, you know, and you could just tell he's just the fat in his arteries is just pumping hard.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and he's just like, when God said, then he's like, Jesus isn't the Messiah, worship people from Israel. You know? And you're like, dude, get out of here, man. Like, you know, whatever. And he's just a clown.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a clown. He uses this evangelical.
Israel needs our help.
Yeah, he uses this evangelical shit. They were on there trying to get people to give money to these people who have already $42 billion a year. What are you doing? You know, go to hell. Well, you will eventually. You'll be there. But and they live forever, dude. I mean, just forever. So, Paranormal Oz says giveaways. I can't. I mean, you're in Australia, Oz. I can't really. I mean, it's unless you're a Patreon member. Yeah, and the Goatman story is really interesting. I can give you a little preview of it. I mean, it was basically like this guy lived out in the desert of Nevada. I mean, and this thing, it was his roommate that conjured this thing up, I believe. But it was physical. Like, I mean, it came and did physical things. It pounded on the side of their house, and it put dents in the metal siding. It was crazy, dude. I mean, it did all kinds of horrible things too, like caused pestilence too. Like there was like this well, and it started to smell like sulfur, and it was like they drank the water and they got sick, and then they would take a shower and you would smell like sulfur. Now that happens when I was young. I told him, I said, when I was young, we lived out in the country, and our water, we had to use a water treatment thing, system, because the well water came out funky. Because it had sulfur in it. But then it turned out that, dude, if you had any kind of skin or anything problems, whatever, that water would heal you. So now I'm looking back going like, man, we should have bottled some of that stuff, because I remember having a cut and that thing just healed it within like a week. It went away. And my dad was like, dude, this water it tastes like death and it smells like sulfur, but it's probably pretty healthy. Because when we lived there, none of us got sick. You would drink the water because one of my dad's friends his wife was a doctor that my dad worked with, and she told us if it has these sulfuride compounds in it, it's probably healthy. So my dad had really bad allergies, so did I. We drank the water, and we didn't get sick. But this was different. This stuff that happened to these people, it was horrible. This thing brought pestilence, and it had these twisted horns, and it looked like a goat in the face, but it had like canine teeth. But it was horrible. Randall says, my first time being on your live stream. I think you're off the air by now. No. I'm still on. Nice message. Enjoy the show, and I am in Friendswood, Texas. All right. Thank you, Randall. And Randall, yes, Brittany, well water can be very good. Ours just tasted bad and smelled bad, and the smell didn't stay on you, though. This stuff that they were talking about, the smell stayed on them, so. Yeah, that Texas Learny says it's so weird how they have a following. People like Kenneth Copeland, they look like a literal demon. He's like, his head's like too big for his shoulders, man. Like, I got a big old head, but I got big old shoulders. This guy's got like, his shoulders are like this wide, his head's like this, it's like the size of mine. And he's just, can you imagine what these people look like with their shirt off?
His eyes protrude.
Like, no muscle tone, just gross. They got that skinny arm thing with the flabby arm thing that happened.
Yeah, the skinny fat arm.
The skinny fat arms or whatever.
I've seen that dude's eyes protrude like at least half an inch forward when he gets mad. It's weird.
He gets mad all the time.
It's like he forces them out of his face.
Oh no, that's more likely his real face is pushing through.
Yeah, blob body. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, like I'm a big dude, man, but I have a big chest. I lift weights like all the time, like 3 times a week, at least. And like I'd say we probably hit the gym probably at least 4 times a week, right?
Yeah.
I would say on average, probably 4 times a week. We have 2 days off typically. And I'm getting up there in age, but I haven't lost much muscle tone, and I'm strong as I've ever been, which is just crazy. So Boost Boy says that my favorite stories are the ones from Mexico along the borders because most likely they are real. What does that mean? You think everybody else is lying? So people from Mexican and native descent tell the truth, and everybody else just like you think that Drew and Devin are just making shit up to me? I don't know how to feel about that. I get your proclivity toward that real, but I'm going to take that comment off of there because that's kind of offensive to the people who gave us their stories tonight.
Yeah, people all over the world see these things.
It kind of sounds like you're saying like, oh, white people don't tell true stories or black people don't tell true stories. What are you talking about? So if they're not Hispanic or native, they don't tell true stories. And we have, but I will say this, I'm very proud of that we do have a lot of natives that will talk to us about this. And they won't talk to other people. And we've had them on the show. I mean, several people that have been on the show are natives. I'm going to get Jerry and Ella Williams come back on the show because they have a new book out too. And so it's just, they're native. I mean, Jerry's full-blooded Choctaw. Doug Brian, he's Ojibwe. Warcry, he's Cherokee from Oklahoma. Real Cherokee, not the 5% Cherokee. Bless you.
Thank you.
Dick Richard says, I'm white and all I tell are lies. Well, that's why you're going to be co-hosting with me on Monday.
White devil.
So we can get everybody on our show and we can like try to build the narrative and agenda the way we want it. Mm-hmm. And if you're not trying to be offensive, Boost Boy, I'm not trying to be ugly. I'm just saying that's kind of rude, like what you said, though.
Yeah, just be careful.
Just be careful what you say because you can say something and you'll be offensive. Like me, I'm going to tell you right now, these two right here can attest to you. Take a look at them. They look absolutely terrible.
I don't look terrible.
Look, what are you doing, dude? What is that?
Oh, you gotta.
That looks terrible.
Flip it over and
I don't know what he's doing. So you got this guy this is my nephew. He's Hispanic, right? But he looks like he's from India. Take a look at him right now.
Well, see, if I shave everything and just keep the mustache, I become Indian.
But if you let the whole thing grow out, you look like a jihadist.
Yeah. So, like, if I don't shave, I look like a jihadist. If I shave everything but the mustache and the little soul patch, I look Mexican. But if I shave this too and just leave the mustache, I look Indian. So I can be like 3 different races.
And Tony, he's Vietnamese and Taiwanese. His dad is from Taiwan, right?
Yeah, but the kids at the Buddhist temple thought he was
Hispanic.
Yeah,
and they were talking bad about him in Vietnamese, saying, "Why is this Mexican here?"
Yeah.
But my mother is literally just, if you broke it down, what she is she's Spaniard and Comanche. There is really no Mexican Indios there. And probably why my mother was 5'7". She wasn't a short woman at all. She wasn't super tall, but she wasn't short, and neither is most of her family. They're tall. But they're, that's a Spaniard in them because my great grandfather was a white boy. I mean, you've seen the pictures of him. We have the picture. Do we still have the picture? Where is that, by the way? The one that used to be in your room.
Oh, it's hanging up, or it's not hanging up. I mean, it's wrapped up.
It's in bubble wrap.
Yeah, that picture is old.
Yeah,
that's when he first came here as a boy, and he's dressed up in a little suit, and he's I'm very proud of my heritage. I mean, he's a Spaniard. He's a straight up Spaniard. And he had green eyes. He was a white guy, but he married a Comanche woman. So I mean, and I got some on my mother's dad's side, so I have Comanche on 2 sides, on both sides. And it's really weird because when he came down here, like his family was originally from here, Like they were from, because of course they were Hispanic and they didn't just show up in Chicago. He went to Chicago, work on the railroad, and as soon as he got a chance, he ended up coming back down here to work on the railroads. That's what he did. He was a railroad worker. And, he was pretty much same thing. He had some Comanche and some Spaniard. I think they were originally like from around south of San Antonio. And my mother, I know they were. And then my mother's mother, her family, they were from around Eagle Pass and all up into the West Texas area. But they were, and we thought that we were Yatki. But then when we did the research, but I figured out my great aunt was right. We were Comanche. She's like, no, we're Comanche. And I was like, and so the house was divided. Some people said it was Yatki and other people said it was Comanche, but it wasn't Yatki. It was Comanche. And she kept saying, because my great grandma spoke full, she didn't even speak perfect Spanish, and her language was Nermina. And so we had Yatki Indian based friends who were like, that's not Yatki. She's speaking Comanche. And it was actually not, they weren't the first ones to point that out. It was a Kickapoo. There are so few Comanches now that are full blooded. There's like less than 10,000 in the end. I think there's like 8,000 of them that are now just, there's such a small number. They used to roam all over the place, but there were never a whole lot of them. They estimate there never was more than maybe 30 to 40,000 of them at one time.
Yeah.
But they were absolutely brutal, and they beat the shit out of everybody. Same thing on my dad's side. On my dad's mother's side is Cossack, and they were just brutal and beat the shit out of everybody. And the Spaniards were brutal and beat the shit out of everybody. And the little bit of French I have in me, which is Norman, which isn't Gaelic. It's not French Gaelic. It's Northern European. They're Scandinavians. They took that area, and then they took England.
They're Anglo-Saxons.
Yeah, well, they weren't Anglo-Saxon.
Oh.
They were Norman, and they took the Anglo-Saxons' land. They conquered it. And so that's the Huguenot. And I actually have a little bit of nobility, Norman nobility, only because they were bad enough to go and take over somebody's land. So my dad said we have Huguenot in us, which is that's a cool thing to have, to be that, but and then there's Spaniard, in which my great grandfather, he looked like he was a Spanish nobleman, but they became the aristocracy over here because they just beat everybody's ass. And I have relatives that were pirates, Spanish pirates and Cossack pirates. So it's in my blood. I mean, El Magro, one of the meanest guys, and he took part in the Incan Empire's destruction. And then he came and he served up here in Mexico when he got, Pizarro was pissed off at him or whatever. And he's like one of my ancestors. And he was a Medina, on his mother's side. And he ended up denouncing his name, but not because of any other reason than he just didn't want to get caught for his crimes. He's like, I'm just going to take my mother's side. I like her better. No, you did a bunch of bad shit. That's why you did, But he was an ancestor, and my great grandfather was like, hey, that's my grandfather. Okay, great. That's my grandfather's grandfather, whatever it was, something way back. And he was a bad guy. Like he was considered a notorious pirate and a not a thief, because he fought and defeated the people for the gold that he took. But he was wanted by the authorities in Cuba, just like what's his name was years before him. What is his name? And there were actually Cortez, yeah. There were 8 generations of this guy. 8 generations with the same name. And every damn one of them was like a derelict. So we look back in history, and we have a friend that used to be, he's still Mormon, but he helped research the genealogy. And he says, dude, you got like one guy, it's not 8 generations, it's like 6 generations of the same name of this guy. But Magro he had a big patch on his eye, and he looked like in the oil painting that hung in my grandmother's loft. And it was like, he looked like that. And I would walk by the picture and I'd be like
staring a hole through you.
Brother, what's that? ugh. So I would run down the hallway because I didn't want to be looking at this shit. I mean, look at this guy, you know? And then, you know, Jehovah, she's like, that's your ancestor. He was a famous man who did a lot of things. And I was like, when you look into these people and you're like, no, they're not. They were just violent as shit. That's all they were. I mean, he did a lot of things, you know, but it wasn't good. Another, you know, okay. So he, you know, he helped defeat Atahualpa, you know, the leader of the Incans, you know, but he was a plunderer and a pirate, and his son was just, like, I think his grandson got hung or something, you know, but not until he fathered another little bastard. And then it just went on down the line. And then when they came up to, you know, when they finally got a position up in Mexico, I think it was the fourth one, he ended up being, you know, like brutal and mean. And there was a revolution and he suppressed it brutally, you know. And then he fought for, what was his name? Napoleon. Like, he was in Napoleon's army. He sailed to France because he wanted to fight the British, you know. And they had broken away from Spain at that, you know, and Spain was a problem because Spain tried to keep a hold of Mexico. So this guy was technically a Spaniard, and their bloodline was a little bit of mestizo, but it was pretty Spanish. Spaniard, not Spanish. Okay. But he went back to serve with the Corsican over there because he wanted to fight Spain and England, who were both kind of fighting Napoleon. Napoleon was a great general, a tactician, and an awesome leader. And the knock on him is that the aristocracy didn't like him because he wasn't them. True. He was not a king or queen or a noble. So that was their big problem with him. I mean, they can say whatever the hell they want to say, but when you're bitch slapping kings and queens around, they don't like it. And then he was crowned as the emperor.
You're supposed to inherit that.
Yep. And they're like, whoa, why did he earn that? You're supposed to just be given that for doing nothing.
You're supposed to be born into it. And
me personally, that's one thing I do applaud, you know, one of my ancestors for doing that. I'm going to say this. I hate you. With every fiber of my being, I absolutely hate kings and queens. You don't belong. You're of a reptilian bloodline. I know you are. And the sooner you're all destroyed and your bloodline is wiped off the face of the earth, the better. I believe that with all my heart. Okay? So, you know, I don't give a shit who's fighting you. I'm going to be on their side against you. Unless it's the communists, then we're on the same team temporarily. I'll set aside my differences to kill them. That's it. Other than that, we're not friends. I'll never be on your side. Communism is a foul disease, and it was created by Khazars. And the Khazars are really, really a problem. You don't know what that word means? Look it up. So they pretend to be something that they're not, and they murder the world. But the aristocracy, and I still can't believe, like, British people, why would you still pay for them to be, what is this shit?
Yeah.
It's the silliest damn thing I've ever seen in my life. Get it over it.
Like, what purpose does a royal family serve?
Doesn't serve any. And so we got a compliment the other day. Somebody told me that basically, you know, we are a cult, that we are fanatics. And I told them this isn't the first cult I've had, and it's not the first group of fanatics I've had. So welcome aboard. But cults aren't necessarily a bad thing. There are kinds of cults. The Dallas Cowboys, the Los Angeles Lakers, the New York Yankees, they have cults. The military is a cult, especially the Marine Corps. Yeah. And I give them a wide berth because they deserve it. So I don't believe that they can insult us with that because they're really upset because they hate that PRT is what we are. And and it's in my blood to be defiant. I think death to tyrants is obedience to God. That's the truth. What's up, Starscream? How you doing? There's one of my guys from the old days. He's one of the original cult members. But like I said, I fought wars downtown. I fought wars before that when I was young, man, and I fought wars to build my company. If I sat here and told you one day about the security company and all the crap I had to go through, well, that's disrespectful, Starscream. You call me hey dude, you could say, hey Wolf, what's up? Don't forget this slight.
Way to go, Starscream.
But so, you know, when I built my company, there was a ton of things that happened. There was so much treachery and backstabbing and all this other crap, dude. It's just you go through this whole spectrum of emotions, and finally the emotions are acceptance. You have to accept it. And people are ridiculous, and they do horrible, ridiculous things, and they attack you and they mess with you. And eventually you just have to suck it up and deal with it and realize that people are evil and they do evil things. And they would try to take our accounts, mess with our money every way they could. And at one point we were barely hanging on. And we just put on our boots and started whooping some ass. Started taking the accounts from them and not relinquishing them. Some of these accounts we've had for, you know, most of the majority of since we've had the company. We just were relentless. And one of those companies eventually folded and became something else. Another one went under completely. And then another one is still around. I wouldn't call them a rival, but they're still around. They don't really do the same stuff we do. And we had the government housing contracts in the whole city at one time. So when we got those are a very lucrative thing, but you have to have the horses to run it. Those other companies didn't. We did. And in order to have those and be able to police them correctly, you have to have tough-ass people. And we did. And you can't be scared. You can't be scared because things could happen like that. Boom. And you got to be there. And I was in the middle of it all the time. But that built, you know, the confidence in our brand, and the clients said, hey, if you need people to do something, these people can handle it, you know. And we built the reputation of being able to muster up a guard, you know, on a whim, on a notice. And so that's how we did what we did. That's how we built our and so these other people, they lied. They did all kinds of crap. Made up crap. They made up stories about it. Their guards are always asleep, but they're not on property. Or they would come to our property, take a picture of an area where the guard wasn't. When the guard would move to go somewhere else, they would run over there and they take a picture of that, and then they would say that here's the pictures of the place. Totally different times, and they would say there was no guard there. And so we started selling them cameras, saying, "Hey, look, you can see the guard on camera." And then when the technology advanced, we were like, "You can look at it on your phone. There's the guard right there. D-Tex, do the D-Tex. You can see that the guard's hitting the D-Tex every hour." These people don't understand, and they kept trying to fight us and fight us and fight us. And, you know, eventually, you know, and I can't even get into all the messiness that went on. It was ridiculous. But they didn't know what they were dealing with. They thought that they were just dealing with some, you know, like my business partner, some other dude that was really busy, you know, whatever. But they didn't realize what a fighter I was. And I wasn't going to take their shit. And more than a few times, I had them try to snake our clients, and I would tell those clients, well, you can leave, but you're going to pay what you owe. And, you know, it's ridiculous. Once you take away everything you gave them, then they realize how naked they are. And now they're stuck with this wannabe G.I. Joe guy who looks real cool in the daylight until it gets dark and he falls asleep. Then you just go and you take a picture of him, tit for tat. It's just back and forth. And so last night I was explaining that to one of our guards who's been with us for a while. And I just told her, I said, you have no idea the wars that we fought to get to where we're at. So what is this? These people that are running around saying bad things every day. They say something bad about us every day. Stand in line, take a number, pack a lunch because it's going to be a long day. Because I'm not going to stop and let you just do what you want to do. It's never going to happen, never. I mean, and you guys, even when I did stop, you brought me back because you wouldn't stop. You know? But then again, Abe takes credit for that too, because he, you know, it wasn't for him when we come on the show, and then we just had to get on my show and do it. You just have this, you know, mentality that you know, it's in your blood. Every ancestor that I have brought me to this point. So when you're born in this particular body, your soul, your spirit, whatever, it's already been through 1,000 wars. What's a few more? You're just born for it. That's what you do. And you fight, you fight, you fight, and you fight. Physically, mentally, spiritually. And you have to be tough. And our audience is one of the smartest and the toughest, and all we do is win. So of course people want to be connected to PRT. They want to, we're the winners.
Mm-hmm.
We're the winners, dude. And he says something about Reddit, Starscream. Yeah, they're on there talking their trash, and that's where everybody goes to talk trash anonymously because they're chicken shits. You won't say it to my face.
It's the butthole of the internet, and everybody knows it.
And where were all these people at my conference that, oh, I was gonna say something. You were gonna do nothing because I'm 6'4" and 370 pounds, and you weren't gonna say shit. Shut up.
Yeah, or that guy on the right before the second conference, he's like, I'm going to Josh Turner's conference and I'm going to confront him to his face. And then second conference came around, nothing, crickets.
That's unfortunate, Joel. I guess we're not going to see you for a while. Well, our prayers are with you. Let's hope that it works out. That's sad.
Oh man, that's too bad.
Yeah, the history is very important. Brittany, it is. It's the high school girls' bathroom of the internet. But they're like, oh, well, look at what people say about them on Reddit. Look at what you say about me on Reddit. Go read it, anonymous. Why don't you say who you are? And they tell the biggest, fattest lies you could think of. There's one of them on there. I worked with him. I know him personally, and I looked this guy up, and he's like, he doesn't show his face, but he was with some Bigfoot group out of the Northwest. This guy's never met me in his freaking life, dude. You were in that group because it says on there that you're in that group. So he's some little asshole that's he's going out lying, and they'll say that they know me. Don't believe that bullshit. Okay. Unless you're somebody that you got your ass beat back in the day by me or some of my guys, and now you're mad and you're petty and you're angry because you tried to be tough and play tough and it didn't work out for you. And you had to go back to the little sandbox, so you run and hide anonymously. When you post shit anonymously, you're the biggest cowardly little piece of shit that could ever be. Because I don't say anything anonymously. They run and hide and say things anonymously. Josh Turner skipped leg day. Can you believe they said that the other day? Because of the angle of that picture. My legs are huge. My legs are like tree trunks. What are you talking about, dude? Because that one picture looks like a... So my upper body's bigger in the picture. It looks bigger, whatever. I don't know what you're talking about. But there's other pictures of me around the
person
internet.
who said that's like 800 pounds.
But I have huge
doesn't work
legs.
out.
So I don't know what you're talking about. So, you know, I'm a big dude. Anybody that knows me and knows me in my personal life, I'm not a big immobile lard ass like they try to say. I'll slap the shit out of you. I promise you that if you came and got in my face and said something. But you're too cowardly. And I guarantee you, if you came within 1,000 feet of me, you'd be armed to the teeth because you're scared to death. And one guy says, you're not a giant. And I was like, bitch, I never said I was. I just know that I can whoop your ass. I don't have to be a giant. This guy, I know who this guy is. I don't know his name, but I saw the photo. He's this fat little round ball with the glasses, and his eyes are like this big. He's got the little beady-eyed glasses thing going on, like old Mr. DA, former corrections officer who uses, in my opinion, you make fake AI generated books. That's why you're making one every week. And you're not using ghostwriters to do it. So I don't know. You're pumping them out yourselves. They all sound the same. I've made more books than anybody in this field because they're fiction that are pumped out by AI. And you've been doing it for the last few years, or you just mass produce them, and they're shitty. Little pork pie hat fucker.
There's tons of repetition in those books, like over and over and over.
So that's great.
It's hard to read.
Yes, I'm lying. I'm only 5'2" and I weigh 120 pounds.
Yeah, we just put the camera real close to him to make him look big.
Yeah. So these people that do, and they say they do, and whatever, and I don't care. I'll say their freaking names. I don't give a shit. They're fake. They're frauds, and they're not correct. And they don't like me. Oh, imagine that, because I'll tell you the truth. And then they'll say, well, he's got a cult. You wish you had a cult. That's your problem. You wish, that you had one. That's why you all wanted to hate me. What was your first group? What'd they call it? Operation Downfall?
Yeah.
Please. Imagine that. That's the same thing that they were calling the one that was going to take down Bettina. And it didn't work. It failed. Your first war, you lost horribly. It got rid of some undesirables in the community. And the second war, I mean, you've gotten your ass kicked, and you're too dumb to know that you've lost. So you keep ranting and raving because you have this one walking skin tag that doesn't want to stop because he did something horrible and got in trouble. So let's make up a story that there's some kind of conspiracy. No damn conspiracy. The conspiracy was when you tried to pin the felonies on my boys here.
Yep.
The conspiracy is what you've done to me. That's the conspiracy. Any lawyer could see that shit. You've tried to slander us and get us in trouble and do everything you could possibly do. But the problem is you have the brain of a chickpea. And you're going up against, you're outclassed. And then they're stupid enough to say things like we only have 50 followers and everybody else is fake. If you're real, can you say, hey, I'm real on here? Type on there, you're real. Let's see if we can get over 50 people. That if we can't, we can't. But I'm pretty sure 50 people can say that I'm real. But they say we have 50 followers and everybody's fake. Well, you can go look at Social Blade and see that that's not real. That's not the truth.
Well, also, if that's the case, then how do you explain all the people at both of our conferences?
Yeah. 400 and what was it? The first one, 420?
Yeah.
No, 452, was it? And then the second one was 620. That was 620 something, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
624, I think exactly. And if you don't believe me, go ask Ken Gerhardt. He was there. Probably the only one that ain't going to tell you the truth about it is Barton. Everybody else is going to tell you what happened. And the Blondes and Boos were at the conference. David Whale was at the conference. Chad Lewis was at the conference. I mean, it was a who's who at the conference. So don't tell me that that was only our second conference. Imagine if we'd have kept going. I think we'd have probably hit 800, and who knows? The next one would probably be 1,200. I mean, we covered all these different facets of the paranormal and of it's as legit as it can get. See, all these people just said they're real. Wow, look at that. Yeah. So I guess we're over here just talking to ourselves. These are all our fake accounts just going up and down.
Even the people who don't comment normally.
And I appreciate you commenting because I want them to see this, because you're going around claiming that me and my, colleagues and allies are all a bunch of phonies or whatever. You're the phonies. You're the fake. And you've been smoked out. You've been smoked like a chicken on a spit. And you're mad. You're pissed off. You're spinning.
Impotent rage.
And you team up with these other goofballs, these apers or whatever. Oh, well, whoopee-doo. And Mr. What is his name? Mr. Bookstore over there in California. He came and he started shit with my wife, and you got your ass handed to you too. And we had old ladies on our thread talking about you walked through the wrong neighborhood. Talking gangster as hell, man.
Here's another one whose eyeballs look like they're about to explode out of his head.
Runs over there. They're attacking atheists and what did he say? Atheists and what did he say was? We were attacking atheists
skeptics.
And skeptics. I was like, I don't give a shit about skeptics and atheists, dude. We're attacking you because you and your boys started shit. Now, granted, it was your group, but my wife didn't know that she was sharing. She's nice.
Yeah.
And you attacked her. And Mac, whatever his name was, well, we ripped your asses up, didn't we? Because you came to my page and 100, no, it wasn't 100, it was 276 comments were leveled at you. I may have said 2 things in that deal. That wasn't me. That's called the paratroopers. You did walk into the wrong neighborhood. And the woman that said that, I don't want to say for sure, I think it was Joanne.
Yeah. Walk into the lion's den, boy.
She's an older lady, man, and they were telling you straight up, like, you know, you're wearing the wrong colors, dude. There's like gangland up in here. Don't come up messing around paratroopers, bro. One guy recently, and he's a nice guy. But he thought we were gonna go at him and plaster him on PRT News. I was like, and Nelly was like, "Why would we do that? We're not your enemy.
Yeah,
we don't like the people he works with, you know. And bless his heart, he probably doesn't know better. But one of them's a damn aper, and he's a communist dickhead. And he started the first war that I was in because I wanted to leave his group. So him and his buddies jumped, and then they've jumped in every war since then. And I can't tell you this will be the last war. The difference, though, is these people that won't. I just ignore it. I don't do this. I don't do that. You know what? Why? Because you can't. You don't have the army that I have. You can't, and you won't. Because me and my people are all about the truth. We raise the flag. And just like my ancestors who fought for Napoleon, who fought for whoever, Germans or whoever they had to fight for, they did what they had to do, or they fought for America or whoever. Not judging, not passing judgment, but they did what they had to do. They did what they thought was right. And if they boosted people's cargo from their ships, oh well, I guess we're a bunch of pirates. I know I was a land pirate, but I can tell you this. I'm a changed person, but don't test me. Because if you mess with me, you mess with the bull, you get the horns. You mess with the wolf, you get the fangs. Do not mess with us. I've asked you that before politely, and people tell you, hey, don't do this. And you continue, and you antagonize, and you attack me and my friends in this community, and you attack my listeners. We're stick together, boy. You better watch it. You better watch yourself, all of y'all. Pay attention, too, if you had any ideas, and look at what happened to those people. We didn't start any of that shit. But when you bring it to me, I'm going to grab a hold of you, and we're going to go for a ride. And you're going to try to shake me loose. It's not going to happen because I'm not going to let you go. You're going to pay for what you do. You're not going to come over here and bully people and attack people and mess with people. And then go over there and say that we're doing what you're doing. Right down to the communist playbook thing. Trying to say that we're leftists doing this. Shut up. I'm not the registered Democrat. I'm not a registered anything. I'm just a human being who picks the side that I think is correct. You pick your own side. I don't give a shit what you do or who you vote for. But don't come at me and my people and think that there's not going to be a price to pay. Because you've been bullying everybody for so long. And then they said something about swamp waters. You think I give a shit about that guy? I don't give a shit about that dude one way or the other, dude. Go drag him back into this. I don't give a crap. Let him come back. He won't if he knows what's good for him, and neither will Vulture. You keep trying to drag everybody back into it and getting them all into it, and Vic ain't coming over here either. This PRT, baby, all right? We may not have as many listeners. Like somebody had mentioned, you know, there's bigger channels to pick on or whatever. They're easier targets than us because we have fanatical listeners. You know why? Because they're actually getting something out of it. They're learning something. And every episode, you know that I'm going to bring it. And the next episode, we're going to bring it. We're going to keep bringing it. I do my work. I put in mad work on this. And you're jealous because people are giving me donations or they're helping us out. Dude, that's paying for the show, the perpetual machine that keeps going and keeps on bringing more knowledge. And Jesus says we die for lack of it. I'm not making a lack of knowledge here. We got some tough-ass listeners in this chat, and we got some tough people. I know. I talk to them all the time. I talk to my listeners. People don't mess around over here, man. They're here to learn. They're here to listen, and we're together. We're friends.
That's why we're winners.
That's why we're winners. We're the winning team, and people want to be a part of the team. And if you're a paratrooper, you're a winner. You're part of that Patreon. You are 100% royalty in my eyes. You're family. I'll give you whatever you want. Because if you're paying to play, you're helping me. You're helping us go. You're keeping the show going. And even if you're not and you can't, you give us likes, you subscribe, you do what you got to do, and you give us the views. Don't timestamp our stuff. Come on. Let us say what we got to say, man, so that we can get the little money that we can so that we can keep the show going. And I'll always have your back, too. I don't let people pick on my listeners and talk shit. I saw it happen the other day with one of my listeners on there. I'm not going to make a big deal out of this, but somebody said something in one of the Bigfoot groups, and I was right there, and I jumped all over their ass, didn't I? And the admins didn't do anything. Because the only time they're going to do something, if I'm in the wrong, I will say, hey, I'm wrong. I didn't do this, but I'm not. But this other group, because, Cyrus the Virus is the admin. Yeah, you keep talking, coming at me, dude. Look, boy, you're still just a little fat kid to me. I don't give a shit what you can go and grow up and eat your Wheaties. I don't give a shit. You can go to Ike's Dirty Channel and whatever. And when he goes down for his disgusting crimes, I'll let people know you were there. You and old doucher. Join forces, all you guys, you little apers. You think that Dogman's a physical being, so be it. But I got thousands of reports that say he's not. You're a fraud. You always have been. You always will be, in my opinion. And critical thinking dipshit, he can go eat shit, and so can, what's his name? What's the other one? The doucher that jumped in for no reason. The conservatory or whatever, the treehouse, whatever the freaking heck you're in, where Bigfoot's data. Ain't no data. Because if you get your head out of your ass, you realize that Bigfoot's not what we think it is, dumbass. He's more like this guy here on my shirt than he is what you think he is. What do you think he is? A big orangutan running around out there, you fool? That's why you're never going to find him. And then they go and they pick up poop. This is Bigfoot poop. How do you know what the freaking heck it is? Stop playing with shit. You're so stupid.
They got scientific purposes. Have you ever seen Year One when they find that pile that had some berries?
I know this is Bigfoot poop. It's got a very specific flavor profile.
They're over there like this.
This is bear poop. Never mind.
Like, it's a bit nutty. It tastes like shit. They're like, it is shit. You're playing with it. I see these, and bless their hearts, I know some of them, I know them personally, and I'm just like, really, you're going to put that in the bag? Come on now. Don't do that. And if it is, it's a hybrid demonic Nephilim shit. Okay? Don't take it into your house. I had one guy, I'm not even joking. He found, this was in Idaho. He took Bigfoot poop into his house. And guess what happened? A lot of bad shit happened. No pun intended. But I was like, what did you think was going to happen? Come on. This is bad stuff. I mean, this is bad juju, man. He said, well, yeah, there was this native that told me, maybe you should listen to them because they probably do know what the F they're talking about. They only want to listen to them when it suits their purposes. Otherwise, they're like, oh, there's just a bunch of loons out there thinking it's a spirit. Well, they've been here for thousands of years before we got here, so maybe they know a little bit about it. I can claim a heritage going back hundreds of years here. They claim a heritage going back thousands, and actually a quarter of me is native. And I'm not one of those that goes around saying, like, Native Americans are smarter than we are. I'm just telling you that they know about these creatures. They do. That's the thing. You will learn that I'm a very pragmatic person, even though I talk about these weird, eccentric subjects. I'm pretty pragmatic. I mean, I don't, to me, as simple as answer is probably the correct one. So you go through all of these. Yeah, he brought in the house Starscream because he wanted to freeze it. And he was going to send it off to be tested, but a bunch of crap happened. No pun intended, like I said. So Hefe says, I finally got paid. Just wanted to rip again to my RIP again to my mama. She passed on Monday. Oh, my gosh. And introduced me to the PRT. Oh, man. Bless her heart.
Thank you for that.
That's a hard one. I tell you what, man, if you haven't won or been given anything, dude, message me on giveaways at prtpodcast.com, and I'm going to send you some stuff, okay? It says, Josh the fan for keeping her company every stream. Oh, man, that sucks to hear that, too. We had another listener that passed away. And her mother reached out to me. Her name was Lori. That's been a few years now, but Lori Settle was her name. But anyway, she never missed a show, and then her mother said she really loved you guys. You know, that really touched me. We've had a few listeners over the years pass away, and colleagues pass away. Scott Martis, obviously, was a good friend of mine. It's hard. And of course, Brent Solon, another person. I wasn't real close with Carrie Arnold. I only communicated with him a little bit, but and I communicated a little bit with Scott Carpenter. But rest in peace for them, and even Kirk Reed, even though he kind of flip flopped. I think he was a decent person. He got fooled. But then you had who else? Tom Cardos.
Yeah.
Remembering all the people that have gone before us. Good people. I lost my mother. I'll take that one right there. Thank you. Brenton died. We had just talked about Linda Godfrey. Rain, thank you for reminding me. Linda. God, I can't even keep track of everybody. Never met J.C. Johnson personally, but big fan of his work. And of course, what's the one that wrote the gin? God, my brain's not working.
But the Vengeful Gin?
Yeah.
Rosemary Ellen Guiley?
Rosemary Ellen Guiley. So a lot of people, my colleagues, have told me that she was a really nice person. But there's been so many that have come and gone. Yeah, Linda passed a few years ago. And so it's just, it's hard because you have so many people that have come and gone before you. And they blazed the trails. And of course, Sal, he passed away, Armando. I called him Mondo. Everybody else called him Sal. And Johnny Henderson, I really hoped that Elijah was going to keep going with the cryptid studies thing, but he kind of didn't really do it. But, his dad was really a good guy. I often wonder if Roger and Ike and all these people would have been able to do all this crap and get away with it the way they did if Johnny had lived. I don't think that he would have allowed all this crap that went on. He just wasn't that guy. So anyways, folks, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being the best part of what makes PRT what it is. We're not going to put anything behind the paywall yet, but it will be going at least a couple of shows a week will go to a paywall. It's going to be $10, at least starting out. We don't know. We'll see how that works. If we don't get enough people to help pay the bills, though, we may have to raise the price a little bit. I don't know, because some people were telling me that it should be $12.99. I don't want to try to charge anybody any more than what we can do to just keep the doors open. That's all I'm trying to do right now. Work has not been doing us any favors. It's been kicking us in the balls, and it's not really paying as much as it should be. We've been having some issues with it, and we're just fighting war after war after war. These homeless people are like vandals. It's like being Rome, and just you're on the front lines. You're basically
on the British wall.
Yeah, this constantly, with the crows, I guess, like on Game of Thrones. You're constantly fighting. I mean, last night, dude, I just barely talked to this homeless guy, and he erupted and acted a fool. This is ridiculous. I understand that some of my friends are on the left, but you voted for this shit. Why? They are so damn destructive. And these are mentally ill people. They don't need to be out in the street without a home. They need to be in mental institutions. I mean, they need to get help is what they need. And the criminality is just off the charts. If they're in a gang or they live somewhere, those people have like homes,
Yeah.
You can find them. These people, they come and they commit crimes and then they fade into the woods. They stab people. They shoot people. They essay people, which is assault people, basically. And, once again, we were talking to somebody the other day, and they were talking about the cannibal crap. Who was it that was talking about that? Who were we talking to? And they were talking about they had heard about that so many times. I can't remember who it was. They were telling me and Anthony.
Yeah, it was pretty recent.
Wasn't it me, you, Anthony, and us, Tony? It was all three of us. Somebody said something about they had heard that before.
Was it at the gym?
Was it at the gym? That's where we go to the gym. There's a whole gym culture, too.
Yeah.
You're at the gym for an hour or two, and you have all these friends at the gym, and then everybody goes and does what they got to do, and then you meet back and you talk, I don't talk much until I'm taking a break toward the middle of my workout or toward the end. Otherwise, I got a grimace on my face, and I look like a gorilla in heat. Just don't mess with me because I'm trying to work, But yeah, just, I don't, and like I said, I'm all over the place. I crisscrossed Austin and Central Texas the other night. I had to go out to the ranch, go down south, come back up, and they need to do something about that damn highway. That 973 is freaking dangerous as shit. And that big truck drifted right over our lane. I almost had a head-on collision. I almost died. And my wife, she was looking at her phone doing something, and she heard me, and she looked, and she goes, "Oh crap!" And then she was just kind of like, and then she calmed me down because I was like, "Dude, this is crazy. That's a ridiculous road, man."
Yeah.
2 lanes, and they're all going to Samsung, going 80 around those curves. Big old trucks. How are people not? Well, they have, but how are more people haven't died? I have no idea.
Yeah.
And you would bet some of those people drive that road 5-6 times a week. Good gosh, that's dangerous, dude. What are they doing? Those roads were never meant. Those are old county roads. They were never meant to carry that much traffic. It's going to be like Victorville over there in California. If you don't know what that is, look it up. All the deaths that have happened around there. I mean, it's crazy. It's just ridiculous, man. There is nothing more annoying than this rapid, expanded growth. Like somebody just threw bacteria in a petri dish. It just explodes. And then you have to traverse it, And then if you're heading to the ranch at 4 a.m, it is dangerous as hell. Unless it's Saturday night, it's going into Sunday. That's the only time it's not just completely jacked. Even Friday going into Saturday is dangerous. And if you're in Austin and you're going downtown, Friday night and Saturday night, you could die. I tell my people all the time, man, if you feel like the traffic around that time, go to the ones that are on the outskirts. You don't got to go on the 35 of the posts you got to do patrol on because there's less chances of you wrecking. So when the bars are getting out between 2 and 3:30, just kind of stay off of the highways because you could die. I mean, my friend asked me the other day about gambling. Me and Arash were there, and he says, I'm fixing to go to Louisiana to go gamble. And Arash is like, he's like, I gamble every day. He goes, you do? And he goes, yeah, I get on 35. It's me and him and Reinhard. We were sitting there talking. He's old friends of mine, and it is like damn gambling, dude. It's ridiculous, man. Traffic is horrible in Austin. It is. Maddie just said that. Yeah, Maddie, you've learned. You're from Chicago, and you were like, damn, the homeless people here are meaner, and the traffic is worse. You think I'm joking? Austin has lied to you. It has buffaloed you into thinking that it's this soft, kind, little peaceful place. There's live music, and the people are beating on drums.
Which is just weird.
Bunch of dookie smelling hippie people. Yeah, we got that too. But it is the most dangerous place in Texas. I'm telling you right now, downtown Austin, somebody dies there every weekend. I'm not even joking. Every weekend, somebody dies. Austin is a liar. They're full of shit because I do security. I know. And the police, they can't really talk much about it because the city council is a bunch of maniac leftists that have seized control. And, I think it's time we took back the city and took back control of it. I mean, politically, you have to get it back on track. Or it's a sanctuary city. So they're impeding ICE from doing their jobs. One of our patrol officers, his patrol captain, she went into an apartment. There were 32 people there inside of the apartment. Mattress after mattress after mattress after mattress, every one of them illegal and couldn't speak English. And the apartment manager was telling them all to get out, and they were acting aggressive and crazy. Couldn't get the cops to come up there for an hour. What kind of place do you think this is where we're at? What do you think? This one guy lets his pit bull run around loose, tries to bite us. It just, you have no idea what we go through on a nightly basis. This is not our job, though. We shouldn't have to do their jobs, but their hands are tied. So it's just a nightmare. It is a nightmare. And people telling us all the time the horror. Some of these homeless people, I feel bad for them because they're the decent ones, just down on their luck, and they're still sane and not their brain hasn't been eaten out by worms, and they'll tell you what these people. It's crazy. But so we'll get back into it. I'm going to talk some more about the there is a connection there with these ghosts that'll appear, and I'm talking about real ghosts that will warn people about these cryptids. Give me your opinions, guys, if you think that guy that was appearing to these people with his face torn off, if he was a victim of the Bear King. What do you think? I don't know. Yeah, and the vagrant left on his own is, I'm hoping that you walked him off the property because that's what I would have done. The problem, too, is that these people are violent. They are violent. One of them threw water on me the other day, and I did what I had to do. But he left the property very quickly because I don't know what's in your damn water. I don't know what you did, and I don't know what kind of germs you have. And the water, he missed. Like, he threw it, but he didn't get me there, did he? But, yeah. Ridiculous behavior. We catch them bathing in the pools.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine that? You're doing your patrol, you show up, and there are two naked guys in the pool bathing with shampoo. And I'm not even joking.
Nope.
And then they walk off with the pool furniture.
Yeah. And one of them was bathing in the bathroom of the by the pool, by the office. He was in there bathing, and he got mad when we stopped him. Told him to put on his shorts. And wanted to throw hands, act stupid with Anthony. And then I turned and got in front of him, and he saw me, and he just, like, his whole demeanor changed. Like, he became another person.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, you want me to leave? Okay.
Tell him, just, you don't got to tell the whole thing, but tell him about Kim. Y'all have met Kim. He was on the show, and he's been on the show on Rumble, too. He worked for the show, but he still does security for us. Tell him about the guy that was bullying him over at the Commons. Tell him about that.
Yeah, there was this little Richard Ramirez looking homeless dude who kept coming on the property. He wasn't
little, he was tall, but he wasn't big.
Yeah, but and KM kept having to deal with them, having to make him leave, and every time this dude would get aggressive, he would get belligerent. He would leave eventually, but not before cussing him out and screaming and threatening him. And so KM calls us one day and says, "Hey, this dude is still on property. Only now he's not leaving. He just told me to go F myself, and he's asleep in the stairwell." So me and Wolf pull up, and Wolf was like, "Where's this guy? Just point him out. What stairwell is he in?" KM points. "He's in that stairwell over there." So Wolf goes, and sure enough, that dude's on the floor in that stairwell, passed out. And Wolf was like, "Hey, man, get up. You got to go." Now, this guy doesn't realize that it's not KM waking him up. And so he pops up immediately, and he's ready to throw hands, getting aggressive. But then he realizes that he's talking to Wolf. And the whole look, like all the blood drained from his face and all that incredible Hulk rage, all that
posturing.
Yeah, all that whatever beating on his chest, Donkey Kong, whatever, just dissolved. And he was real respectful after that. And he kept trying to look down with that stupid little hat because, like, I hate when people do that. Like, they don't want to show you their eyes.
Yeah.
You know, so they pull their hat down and look down, and Wolf knocked it off his head. Like, just get that stupid hat off of your head. It's like got in his face and made him leave.
And he tried to go get his hat.
Yeah.
And I said, "You've lost that hat, dude. That hat belongs to whatever bugs are down there now. Go." And he kept trying to turn around. I said, "Quit turning around, looking at him. You got that damn backpack. I don't know what you got in that backpack.
No.
Don't turn around again. Just keep walking." And then he didn't say anything until he got to the train station spot.
Yeah.
Then he's like, "Man."
Then he starts talking a bunch of crap.
And I'm like, "You're literally like a football field away, dude. Now you're gonna talk shit." And then he
can't hear
throws
you.
like a bottle and runs. The bottle didn't even come within 100 yards of me. And I'm like, "Ooh, okay, wow." And so then when I left, we drove by and he was walking down Lamar all angry and swinging at the air like, "This is what I would have done," you know, like, yeah, but you're not, because you're on drugs and you're malnourished. That's why you didn't do it, and you don't have the balls. But you were trying to beat up my guard, a little bitty guy who's pretty peaceful and doesn't have problems with anybody. You're bullying the hell out of him, talking about you were going to beat him to death and bash his head in and all this other crap. And when he stood up, he had that hat on. He's all, and his eyes just went whoop. And I was like, "Hey, what's going on?" I was like, I leaned down because he's trying to do that hat thing, you know. And I leaned down and I was like, "What's going on?" He's like looking around me. I'm like, "Don't worry about them. Look at me." See, I'm a different kind of security. I'm not going to sit here and take your shit. That's what you want. You want to be able to bully people and threaten girls. And there's a woman with a dog over there at the Triangle. We had to deal with that guy. You know, and that was we don't have that account anymore, so I don't give a shit. But like that I care about the people, but I don't care about the name, whatever. But that particular property was a nightmare. And this woman said that this guy, this homeless guy, he went up to her and he grabbed her butt. He grabbed in front of her daughter, folks.
Mm-hmm.
He grabbed her butt, and her little dog tried to defend her because she was screaming to get away from the guy, and he kicked the dog and busted its ribs. She had to take it to the vet. It cost her $2,000. These people are paying like $2,000 a month to live in this place. Who the hell in their right mind is going to pay you? These apartment complexes are out of their mother effing mind, dude. You're going to charge people top dollar for this shit. Then you're going to allow them to be, because you don't want to pay your security bill. This is the kind of craziness that goes on, folks. And we end up having to deal with it. And then when the police come, I mean, they're like, "Well, what can we do?" And me and Clark had a guy the other day, and the police came. Guess what he did? He shit it in his car. The cop goes, "I know this guy. He's going to shit in my car. And the smell will be there for 2 weeks." And he did. A couple nights later, Clark tells me he did it. I'm like, "Yeah, I know. I'm sure he did." Because I've had to yank him up and be like, "If you shit or piss on and do anything stupid, dude, okay, just remember, I'm not a cop. Just don't be stupid, you know? I'm not in the mood for this crap. They will hit you, slap you, cut you, whatever it takes. They will do anything they can do." It is unbelievable what these people do. They assault these maintenance people. They can't even fix anything in their apartments. We had to go into one guy's apartment. He was so mentally ill, he had taped every door. Everything was locked up, and everything was in plastic bags, like plastic bags. The chairs were on top of the table. Mentally ill as mentally ill as the day is long. And he's over there. Don't touch my things. Don't touch my things. Don't touch my things. And then he goes to the kitchen. And, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And he's grabbing a knife. And this guy he had an apartment, but he would sleep outside. Everything in his apartment was put away because he was just used to being homeless. It was just, I mean, this is crazy. And then they want to pretend like they're this safe place, and they're a sanctuary city. So we're overrun with these villains too. I'm telling you, it is a freaking zoo. Don't let them lie to you, folks. You heard it from me. I'm telling you the truth. This is what's going on here. These people are liars. And only stupid people vote that way to let them do this kind of shit. And they absolutely have destroyed. Look at the cities that they have destroyed. LA, New York, San Francisco, Seattle. You see the pattern here? Austin, Portland. Do you see what I'm saying? What do those cities have in common? I'm not even going to say it. Do your homework. Go look it up. Go figure it out. You're a smart crowd, you know. Denver is another one. Denver. They've destroyed these places. I was in Denver a few years ago, and it was a freaking nightmare. Chicago, oh my gosh. They call it Chirac. You think that that's just some kind of funny, cute thing that they decided to do? What about Minnesota? Look at St. Paul and what's the other one? Minneapolis. Garbage all day long. When I went through there, several years ago, it was a nice place. Like maybe it's been 15 years, but it was still had some bad areas, but they destroy these places. You go to Fort Worth, which is a very red city, and it doesn't have those kind of situations. They don't tolerate it. They don't put up with it. But then you go over there to Dallas, and it's just a nightmare. It's like night and day. And you see it too when you go to like Detroit, used to, and you go to Windsor, and it was like two different places. Not anymore. It's all crap now because the left is absolutely cancerous rot. It is the hammer that they are using against us, folks. It's their preferred form of government. Because they use these people, the shock troops, to usher in the New World Order. Yeah, Windsor used to be nice. You go across and you'd be like, oh, wow, it's nice over here. Not anymore. But remember this, Cooper Young says we are so outnumbered. Not here, we're not. Let me tell you something, folks. This is your safe space. I'll tell you that. Because a strong leader and strong congregation of people, that's what you need. Like-minded individuals. I've always said I would rather have 1,000 followers than 1,000,000, right? And what I mean by that is I would rather have 1,000 really strong, loyal followers than 1,000,000 just faceless, nameless people.
Yeah.
Just getting clicks and views, thousands and millions of clicks and views. You're not connected to that audience. You don't know those people, and you're going to have more trolls and more problems and more shitbags. PRT is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. We're growing. We're growing not real fast. We're growing slowly, going the way we're supposed to. It's organic. No fake subs. I don't give a shit what these maniacs say. What the Temu version of Batman over there and Harley Quinn say. The Wish version. I don't care. It doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. You have the dollar store chum buckets, and then you have us, the Krusty Krab. That's where everybody comes. Because you're going to get a good meal for the brain, the soul, and the body. You will be nourished. What you're going to do is learn. You're going to get better. You're going to become a better person for it. You're going to hear the truth. We're not going to play around. We're not going to bullshit you. Here's somebody right here that works for us, Dorothy Metcalf. Her daughter works for us like 5-6 days a week. So Dorothy can tell you. These people are maniacs that are running around. Last night, they started a fire. In fact, Dorothy, I was on your daughter's post last night because there was a fire. We're driving through there, heading to one of our sites down south, and we went through there, and there was a freaking fire going on. Very bad. Very bad. And so the homeless basically had started it. Why? I don't know. But one of the businesses was burning. My guess is they built a little fire so they could cook food or whatever it is that they're trying to do, and it caught the building on fire. And it was adjacent to our property. And both of those properties there were smoked all over it was just blowing all over the property.
Mm-hmm.
This happens all the time, folks. We've called fire, EMS, and police every damn night for something. So you look at our audience and you look at the size of it, and it's pretty decent size, but it's not the biggest channels out there. But I guarantee you we can get with any of those bigger channels because our people are very knowledgeable, very loyal, fanatical even. Because I'm fanatical for you guys. And I want you to help me and support me the way I've helped and supported you and fought for this community and stand with me as I stood with you. This community has been under attack for a long time by a lot of crazy nut jobs. And those that have, if you don't really know to the extent of what it is, I get it. But if you go to PRT News, you'll see it. We post it on there. My wife and her admin people that help her, they have done a great job in exposing these people and what they've done. And they're so angry. A lot of it now is just backlash because they've been stopped from doing what they want to do, which is hurt people and take things from them, take things that aren't theirs, fleece and con people. Now they got a person running around in a bunny suit pretending to be, oh my God. Never going to go out there and do some hoaxing shit. And we've done boots on the ground, and we're not out there with somebody running around in a suit in front of what you're that desperate that you're going to do that? Like, how far do you have to go to turn into that? I posted it on my Facebook, folks. Go look at it. Exactly, overbuilt. We do. We look at it the same way. I'm tired of all the evil bullshit. Yeah, Smoke Cave says Bunny Man. Yeah. Sad because there is actually a story of the Bunny Man. I'm going to tell that story in the Random Files. Nelly just has that channel, and it's had a lot of potential. We haven't been able to do anything with it because we're too busy dealing with all these lunatics and maniacs that just keep attacking. It's like they just keep replicating, like somebody fed them after midnight or they got them wet. Gremlins. And they just keep popping up, dude, like Whack-A-Troll, like I said before. But eventually they're going to have to pay the piper. So it can't go on forever. And it's going to have to end. What's up, John Phoenix? Thank you for that donation. You see that 100, you're like, oh, cool. It's actually $10.
Yeah.
You're tricking me, John. No, but thank you. I appreciate that, dude. He says, good morning from Sweden. Hope everybody's good over there. They got their problems over there, too. We're all facing it. We're all facing dilemmas created by the left. And I just wish that my left friends would wake up and see it for what it is. I don't think Trump and Musk and everybody on their team they're not saints. I'm not sanctifying them. I'm just saying it's better than what the F we had. About Biden had cancer. He had it for a long time. I mean, come on, guys. How can you be okay with all of this? Good news, the Senate passed the bill now. They had no tax on the tips. That's a good thing. And then there was another thing they did. What was it? No overtime tax.
And no tax on Social Security.
No tax on Social Security. How can people have a problem with it? And they're taking all that money from the Doge. They're gonna give us checks for that. And everybody's bitching. What are you bitching about?
Well, they want to send $10 million to Mozambique for male circumcisions.
Oh, God.
That's a real thing, by the way.
I'm not even joking. Yeah, I was going to say, he's not even playing, folks. It's the truth. And it's funny, too, because one of the largest demographics that flipped were black males.
Yeah.
Not black females, but black males. And then they're like, what's wrong with these people? I'm like, they have a brain and they used it and they voted. And then you tell them that they're not black because they're not voting for your puppet.
Yeah.
That's so that's racist as hell, first of all. It just proves my point. I mean, you're telling somebody that bullshit. Another demographic were Mexican American males that were born here, and Cuban males that were from here that voted against all the bullshit. They took Florida because of it. They take Texas every year. There's a ton of Mexican males that are on the right here, and not necessarily in Austin, but in Texas. There's a lot of them. And so, I mean, these people, they're not going to give you your power back. You think your retardation is so strong that you actually will believe that this shit is going to, somehow you're going to flip it back. Why would we want to do that? That's like taking back a mattress that you laid down on and gave bed bugs to. Why do I want to lay with your bugs? I don't want roaches and bed bugs on me. And then they say all this crap that they're going to do this and you're going to do. You're not going to do shit. You wouldn't fight a war if your life depended on it. You wouldn't do it. You get PTSD from the sound of a gun. And I promise you, you probably close your eyes every time you pull the trigger. You wouldn't even know what you're shooting at.
I get PTSD from being misgendered. And they're all on medication for one mental illness after another after another.
Side effects of the medication and what they're treating it for. You know why that is? Big Pharma doesn't make money off of cures.
Yeah. It's the treatment.
They treat symptoms. And our doctors do that too. And bless their hearts, a lot of them, well, they're trying to help you, but they've been trained to just treat symptoms. So the root of the problem sometimes goes undiagnosed. Just like in this community. You have the coyote that just keeps chasing after. He's obsessed. He won't stop. The root of the problem doesn't go away. You got to burn it out like a dangerous cancer. Oh, man, that's horrible, Dorothy. Greetings, Bernard. How you doing today? Exactly, Benjamin. You got that part right. He says that's why every drug causes an issue that needs a new drug. And the next thing you know, you're on 100 drugs. What the freaking hell is going on? Overbuilt. What? Too real? Too soon? I don't know. Crazy. It's crazy stuff. All right, folks. Thank you to everybody that donated. We really appreciate it. You guys have been great. We've had a great time. We love you guys. We got to run. But first, we're going to do the giveaway, and hopefully we'll be able to, you guys will be able to come mail off tomorrow. Get it done. Let's get it done. Tony, Maddie, and Anthony getting it done over here. If your name is in green, tell me that you want to win something. And as long as it hasn't been sometime too recent, and there's other people that are trying to win. So even if you just buy your membership right now, put your name in green and say, hey, I'm a new member. I'll give you something. We're going to pick 2 people. Yeah, Dale says, for America. They took their gears. That's a problem, though. They don't want to do these jobs. I say a job is a job right now. People are having a hard time getting them. Dorothy, you want to win a new work shirt? You only work one day, though. That's the problem. But it is a day shift, so let's get you one. We'll get together about that. Tara says, I'm a new Patreon member. Are you really? I think it's funny when we'll be in other people's chats. I don't really say much. I'll be watching the show every now and then, and somebody's like, friends of ours, and they'll make it a point to say, I don't watch PRT. Like that douchebag exuberance, whatever.
Like who asked?
Yeah, I'm going to go on the record as saying that you're a douchebag. He's over there in Abe's chat the other night. You said that. Why do you feel the need to announce that? You think I give a shit? Are you hurting my feelings? But you don't watch me, right?
Like nobody has ever asked that question.
Nobody gives a shit. That
Hey, do you watch PRT? You're not being asked that question.
Nobody. He says it all the time, and nobody ever asks you. So now I'm going to finally address you. And I'm going to tell you this. You're not missed. I don't give a shit. All right? And I've never gone to Abe and said, hey, can you ban this shit bag? Because I don't care. It's not my channel. He's a douchebag. You're a douchebag. And I'm going to say that to you next time I'm in the chat because you keep saying it, keep announcing it. What is your problem with PRT? Why? Too real? You rather hide out in somebody's chat, somebody else's chat? Just take little snipes at us? You think I don't notice all these things these people do? We know you're fake. We know that. Keep it up, dude. Keep up your shit. And then they get mad when people ban them from their channels. Yeah, because eventually you're going to start your shit with them like you did us. Or you've already started shit with other channels before. I don't even have to say it. I go into a group, and then y'all can't help but run out and attack me like the fleas that you are. And then the admins kick you out, and you say that I did it. Like, what's her name? The crazy or the Ortega.
Yeah.
Just going on the record saying, I didn't report you, lady, because I don't look at your group. I don't watch what you say over there. I don't pay attention to the shit. I don't have time. What you guys don't understand is I don't have time between the show and running a business and a ranch. Do you think I have time trying to finish this book? Do you think I have time to go and watch what the F you're saying about me? Or nor would I care what an insane asylum of people say. I don't even know what you say and do. I just know that you're criminals and evil and you don't belong around us.
Yeah, we don't live off the government like y'all.
Yeah, we don't live off the government like you do. And what you guys do or say is just what you do or say. My problem with you is that you attack my family. You attack people that I care about. You attack Abe and Bettina and all the people that I care about. You attack my listeners. That's why I fight you. If it was just me up here talking and you were just attacking me, I wouldn't give two shits. You say the most stupidest, most outlandish, vile things about me. You say all kinds of shit about me. I don't give a damn. You think, and they say I have a thin skin and I give a fuck. I saw what you said in the PRT news and I didn't see it until it was posted in there. I don't have a thin skin for me. They talk about my head. They talk about my eyebrows. You talk about my body. You talk about everything you can talk about. Do you see me giving you shit? The reaction that you're going to get from me, and you know how to do it, is when you start trying to hurt people because you're evil. You're evil. And I wish I could say what y'all are doing right now to a certain member in the community, but he's very ill. But you are some sorry. And folks, I'm going to emphasize this one more time with a third sorry. You are awful people for doing what you're doing, because there were 3 different YouTubers that came and told us what you were doing to him. You are the worst of the worst, and just like you did to Harley, and now you're doing it to this guy. And I hope more people find out about it, because he doesn't want us talking about it, because he doesn't want y'all to attack him the way you have us, because he's ill and his wife's not in good health. You're pieces of shit.
Nothing redeemable.
And you think that I give a damn about your stupid recording or whatever? I'm just going to tell it like I told the other day. It's in context.
It's all coming out.
Yeah, it's all coming out. Sure the fuck is. Because you say the most ridiculous things and you hurt people. Everything you do, you stressed people out. You ran Bettina off. You tried to run off Abe. You attacked Jerry and Ella. You attacked Hellbent. You attacked us. You attacked everybody. Blondes and Booze, BMR, everybody. It's ridiculous. It's unbelievable, you people, what you do. And now you're attacking this guy. I can't believe it, dude. Guy's ill, but you have no boundaries. You and the roofer, you're just so sick and evil. And talk about glass houses, man. And then you think that I have time to go around and do Reddit. As God is my witness, I don't do Reddit. I don't do Reddit. I had a Reddit account a long time ago. It was my name. You could see it. And I don't do it. I don't care. I don't give a shit what you say about me on Reddit. I don't look at it. I don't read it. And you say that I'm over here watching everything you do and all this other crap. I don't. And I didn't turn her in. And she got banned for whoever. I don't know who turned her in. I don't give a shit. Probably one of my listeners did. There's a bunch of us because we have real listeners. You know what their problem is? I think they really think that we are fake like them or something. So they think that we don't, that we have like, that we're doing, you know how thieves think everybody's a thief.
Yeah.
Liars think everybody lies. Murderers think everybody kills. Or
cheaters think everyone cheats.
Cheaters think everybody cheats. They think everybody's like them.
They just
because, well, their narcissist brain tells them that everybody's like they are.
Yeah.
Well, they want to believe they're normal. So
yeah, that's a normal way to be. Yeah.
But they're mad because they think that we're cheating better than they are.
But so they probably, I think most of them probably do know that we're legit, or they just trying to, I think some of them are painting the image of it. But here's the thing I'm going to tell you, folks, and this is important. Let me take that off of there. I'm going to say this, folks, and there is brainwashing that you can do that is actually, it can be healthy. Brainwashing yourself. And I know that sounds crazy to call it that, but that's what it is. You're basically brainwashing yourself into good habits, but you can brainwash yourself into bad habits. If every day you get up and you tell yourself a lie, then guess what? You now become that lie. So these people that probably know that we're legit, they've maybe, I'm not saying this is 100% what they do, but some of these people, I think what they do is they brainwash themselves into believing their own rhetoric.
Mm-hmm.
Because people in bad marriages and stuff, they'll sit there and they'll tell themselves that everything is fine, and it's normal. And that's how they rationalize it. And that's how they go on. People that live in these messed up haunted houses, haunted properties, or they're being plagued by whatever, they tell themselves that it's okay, that it's normal, and that it's nothing's going on. This is how they rationalize things. So they rationalize their nonsense by saying over and over again that we're evil and they're the good guys and that we're fake like they are.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're fake. We're not. And you've brainwashed yourself, and then they collectively, they brainwash each other, because what they'll do is one of them will make up a lie. I see them do it. And then they'll spread it around through the other chickens in that group. And then they'll spread it, and then another one will make up a lie, and then they'll take it and latch onto it, and it's just so they're feeding each other lies, and they've been doing this for a while, and then it just gets it's retardation, dude. It's brain rot, and they're so obsessed. They're like they're coyote, and they keep dropping the anvil on themselves, and they blame me. You say the most vile, horrible, putrid things about me and my wife, and then you go and say that I reported you. I don't even report nothing on. I don't give a shit about it, dude. Other people do that for me, not me. They just go and they look and they see and they report your ass. And one of the things that this woman said, and I'm going to say it on here, she said that I am unhealthy and that I'm going to have a heart attack on top of my wife, and she's going to be trapped there for a week and die. Can you believe that this is the kind of shit they say? But it's the same thing when they went after Anthony and Maddie and just spread their life all over the place, under the guise of protecting Maddie.
They're obsessed with anything sexual.
They are sick, deviant ass people, and people still, some people, not many, still go and watch them talk and sit up there. That's all it sounds like to me. Is a bunch of. And the dude's breathing like he's about to fall over dead, and yet they say that I'm doing that. You don't see me breathing hard. What are you talking about? You just make up shit out of thin air.
And always mouth breathing too.
You know, their mouths are always open and hanging out. Like,
it's disgusting.
It's unbelievable. And so then you have this whole, sick, weird hive mentality, and they're just like tiki torch people, and then they're angry and hateful and mad and whatever the hell. But what they don't understand is that for every action there's a reaction, And I've put you on blast, and so has Nelly, and we've roasted your balls in our hibachi. And everybody knows that you're fake, and everybody knows you're a fraud. And somebody just said paywall enough already. Yes, Aristotle. And when we put the paywall up, you're going to be heartbroken that a lot of people are going to go and do it. They're going to go and support us. And we don't have to put up with your shit. So we got a lot to do. We got a lot to take care of. And I got to run. I'm late. But anyways, folks, thank you for tuning in. We had a great time. We had a great show as always. We always do the best we can. We got a show coming up on Friday. We got Katie Elizabeth will be here. And then hopefully next week we'll have some other stuff going on and whatever. But before that, on Sunday, oh, man, I got a guy's story. His name is Bevan. He's from Mississippi. And this young man, well, he's not a young man anymore. This is what he was, but when it happened. But he went through hell. And it was a Dogman story you don't want to miss. So anyways, folks, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for everything. Who wants to win? Who are we looking at here?
I think Paula King spoke up earlier saying she wanted to win a hat.
Okay. Give Paula King a hat for sure.
PJ Perry said he's never won.
PJ Perry. Okay, so here's the banner at the bottom. There it is. Giveaways at PRTpodcast.com. If you're a Patreon member and it's time for your swag bag after 2 months, and then again after 6 months from that, then you get your swag bag. You can get multiple swag bags. Keep coming every 6 months. Just keep your thing current. That's it. The giveaways at PRTpodcast.com. And I need everybody's information from Patreon because we got to ship these tumblers out. Okay. And it's going to be first come, first serve, starting from the $50 tier down. So that's how it's going to work. So giveaways at PRTpodcast.com. Send us your email and say, hey, I need my tumbler. Okay. There it is. If you don't do that, then I can't, you can't blame us because we don't know. All right, guys, we're going to see you. All right. Peace.